Let's do a morning sports radio show.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton, on this final Tuesday of June? Telling you, the year's flying by. At least comparatively to the last two. Anyway, Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Top of the morning to you, Mark.
Good morning, David. I am doing well. How are you?
You know, I'm doing well because I like the next week to 10 days. You know, I'm all into NBA free agency. I'm all into, we're 2 weeks away from NHL free agency. You know me, I want to run a team.
And yet refuse to play fantasy.
It's not real.
You're right.
It's not real.
It's fantasy. Exactly. Hence fantasy.
No, but you're only playing for stats. I'm into winning. I want to run a team to try to win something. That's just to try to, accumulate points.
Though, if you win a fantasy league, you get money. Winning, it is win. I mean, it is winning.
I understand that.
Because you're playing for money.
It's true. You are playing for something. You're just not playing for what it is I care about. I only care about winning. And I'm serious. As a fan, that's what I care about.
I think all of David's acquaintances are lucky that he doesn't play fantasy football, though.
Why? No, I'm not good at it. No, I played before. I mean, I did. Now, I will say 25 years ago in the early days of fantasy, I was involved in some baseball fantasy, but those were mostly home run leagues. And I was pretty good. I followed the sport. I knew who hit home runs and what have you. I put good teams together.
I think you'd be able to be good at it. I find it as one of the great ironies out there.
Oh, there's
nobody that wants to run a team more than you.
Correct.
Who is anti-fantasy sports more than you. I mean, it is a strange.
There's no doubt, and I acknowledge it. I do. It would be like somebody who likes apples yet doesn't like applesauce. All right, of which I'm also one of those. Now, I think there's a reason behind it. I had a lot of, ear, nose, and throat problems as a kid growing up, and I used to take a lot of pills break them up, put them in applesauce because I had trouble swallowing pills. And so now I think I have a thing for applesauce.
You're afraid someone stuffing a pill in there.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but
I get roofied.
I don't like applesauce. I love apples. Now that's strange. Listen, I know how strange I am. I really do. Quirky, whatever, goober, there's a lot of things you can call me.
I think quirky works.
Can I sidebar for a second? Does that applesauce apple thing, the principle, apply with tomatoes and ketchup? Because I don't think it does. I don't like tomatoes.
It does with raw tomatoes and people who will eat tomato sauce, ketchup, spaghetti sauce, anything that has to do with a tomato. But if you put a sliced tomato in front of them, they won't go near it. I know tons of people that are that way.
I like ketchup. I don't like tomatoes.
My grandfather was a mechanic. And his hands, he worked, obviously, he took apart engines and put them back together. His hands were the dirtiest, greasiest mess of anyone I've ever seen. Yet he wouldn't eat food with his fingers. If we went to Kentucky Fried Chicken and what have you, and it'd be like, hey, he's like, I can't eat this with a knife and a fork. And I'm like, you take apart an engine with your hands.
That's why.
But he wouldn't eat, food with his fingers.
He felt his hands were always dirty.
I don't. So, I understand, enigmas, if you will. But back
to NBA free agency.
I don't care for the most part, once Kyrie and KD, wherever it is they end up, or whether or not they stay in Brooklyn. Okay, once they do, whatever. I'll get back to you in about 8 months, 9 months, see how it's going. But the next 10 days, I'm all in. all in. I love this soap opera. Once we get to about July 10th, whatever, call me in mid-April. But the next 2 weeks, all in, love it. I'm listening to NBA radio all day yesterday. Honestly, I'm sitting in the house listening on an app. I don't listen to anything on an app. I'm listening to NBA radio on an app yesterday. I love the soap opera. Love it. Once they actually find what teams are on, whatever.
And I think we're getting a little early. They're going early on you. There's not going to be as much drama.
No, I know. I mean, the tampering now is out of control. I mean, they used to at least, fake it, rein it in to a certain part. I mean, what was it? You could start making the illicit phone calls on July 1st, but you couldn't announce anything until July 8th. I mean, now, free agency starts, Thursday? Hell, there was something 24 hours ago about PJ Tucker's already got a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Sixers. Well, how the hell can that be? They're not even allowed to talk to him. So, but I love this part of the NBA. I really do. These next 2 weeks, because I want to be a general manager. This is what I want to do. I have no interest in some, once we get done with this, it's Summer League? I don't care about that. That's what you need a staff for. Whatever. I honestly wouldn't even go to Vegas. And it's Vegas. I got no interest. But this whole thing, all right. I mean, apparently the Celtics are offering Jaylen Brown and 3 first-round picks to the Nets for KD. Now, that stuff I'm all in on. Love every aspect of it.
You're in the dead center of the summer when you walk into a bar and you see baseball and summer league basketball.
Yeah, totally.
And it happens overnight.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the basketball playoffs and the hockey playoffs end. It's like,
yeah. Yesterday, all the sports bars around America. Well, what do I put on the screen? Better find a baseball game.
Are you aware of the MLB network?
Right. There's 10 games on. Yes, that's right. You want to put the Mariners and the A's on this TV right over here. Yes. So, but I'm all in. Love it all. This is my favorite 2 weeks of the NBA season. I may like it more than the 2 weeks of the NBA finals.
Well, based on how the finals were played this year, there's a reason behind that.
Well,
but most years it's not that case.
You may be onto something. The style of play also, right now it's like, I wish we just, could we alter this a little bit? I'd like it a little bit more, but that's all right. They don't have to change it for me. They're doing fine. I'm not their demographic anymore. I'm 56 years old. I'm not their demographic anymore.
No, you're not. We really aren't.
Well, you're still in it.
I barely.
I know.
Hang it on.
Well, enjoy it. Hang on for as long as you can. What do you got? 2 more years?
Right.
Hang on, baby.
Who's closer to the average demographic, Mark or me?
Well, all right. What demographic are we talking about? Viewer or ticket buyer?
Viewer, you, ticket buyer, me.
Yeah.
Right. That makes sense.
Because the viewer's the 18 to 34, of which I passed a long time ago.
Right. You don't have any money yet, so that's why they're targeting Mark.
Obviously.
So that's just where I am. So I'm excited. I woke up. I got a bounce in my step. You would think I wouldn't. Granted, I wish there was a Game 7 tonight for the Stanley Cup, but that's all right.
Gave us 6 pretty damn good ones.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 1-goal games in a 6-game series. 2 of them went to overtime. I mean, come on now. Tough to ask for more than that. And we're 70 games into the Major League Baseball season. For those of you that don't really pay attention day in, day out, I will say this. All right. How would you feel if, the Miller and Moulton plan, of which many of you who are new to the show and all that, we have been advocating, more me than Mark.
All him.
No, you're not on board at all. I thought I've won you to at least consider it.
You've at least allowed me to table it at a winter meeting.
So you're humoring me like the NFL?
I would allow you to get 4 others and have a committee.
So you're going to NFL competition committee me,
That's
aren't
exactly
you?
what I'm going to do with you.
You got a hell of an idea there, and then it's going to get to us, and I'm going to kill this sucker. That's what you're doing, aren't
But
you?
with every year that goes by and with how teams just don't seem to care how bad they are in baseball, each year it gains more credibility to me.
Now, I will say, 4 of the 6 divisions, you've got races right now. But, the Yankees have a 12-game lead on the Red Sox. I mean, that baby's over. In the AL West, Houston's got a 10-game lead on Texas. Now, I will say, Texas got off to a horrible start this year. They were like 2-9 and 7-14. Since then, they're 5-6 games above 500.
Right, that baby's still over.
Yeah, but if they could start from scratch in a couple weeks.
Well, if Boston could start from scratch
exactly
in a couple of weeks, because
right.
they're playing great baseball. They started out, they were behind the Orioles for a month.
Right. And, the Yankees, who are playing nearly 750 baseball, the likelihood is that they're not going to be able to continue that. They will cool off just a touch. And then maybe, whether it's Boston, Toronto, or Tampa Bay, if we started from scratch, like they do in the minor leagues, in every single level of the minors, they have a first half and they have a second half. 162-game baseball season. That's tough. That's tough. What have we proven now in modern America? You need to create games with consequences. It's why football works so well. There's so few games. Every game seemingly feels as if it has consequence to it. It's what college football is wrestling with. Maybe make a bigger playoff, then more of your regular season games will count because more teams could make the playoffs. The whole adage 10 years ago, every game counts.
We just proved it on this show.
Yes, 5 years before the rest of the sport figured it out. But, then again, the Twins and the Guardians are separated by 3 games. Mets and the Braves, 5. Milwaukee and St. Louis, a half a game. Dodgers and Padres, a game and a half. I mean, to me, imagine these 2 weeks in at least 3 of the 6 divisions. I mean, you got a chance to wrap up a spot in the playoffs in the next 2 weeks. All right, these be pretty important games, and you would do the schedule accordingly. Where in the final 2-3 weeks
would be all division
of the first
games.
half, there you go. And that's really, to me, when you schedule your division games. Final 2-3 weeks before the first half, final 2-3 weeks before the end of the season. Just a thought. Just a thought. I mean, think about it. Basketball and hockey's done right now. Football's got at least 4 weeks, if not 5 or 6, where really nothing's going on. To me, if you're baseball, you got to grab this time.
And we don't care as a nation about regular season games. In individual markets, they care about their teams. We've pointed this out for years, that the teams get great numbers in their own markets. But nationally, we don't watch it unless it's a game of consequence. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening. Back with more in a moment right here on the Florida Sports Network.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
John Wall, baby. To the Clippers. John Wall's going to be the guy that we're going to look back in 30 years and be like, remember John Wall?
No.
Yes.
No.
He was so good.
Yeah. No.
Why?
Well, because he's not a memorable player to the nation.
He was so good at Kentucky.
He was there an hour.
He was the number 1 pick.
So was what's his face at the
Bennett?
No, well, Bennett was, but also the Kwame Brown was the number 1 pick of the draft. I mean,
Well, my generation.
here's the thing. You have to do something. John Wall's never played in a conference final. To most of America, John Wall's never played an important game. That's the thing. To be memorable, you have to have played in a game of importance.
He's memorable for being that good. Having an incredibly disappointing career. Oft injured.
The closest he was to the conference final.
No, they lost in game 7 in the second round 1 year. One time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's it.
Hit that game-winning 3 in game 6.
Yep. But, I mean, you have to play in at least – you have to have one run at least to be remembered.
Mongo in the Twitch chat goes, Wall played in the City of Palms Classic and did not win a game.
He did play in that. LeBron was supposed to play. His team backed out.
Yeah, they were telling me
They
about
were
that.
scheduled. Yeah.
Oak Hill played, though. With Melo. So when we were at Duffy's last night, the only thing that was interesting on the TVs besides the Marlins game was a rerun of an old John Elway Broncos game, and they showed Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, the Super Bowl against the Packers, right? Weren't they running that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they showed Shannon Sharp. He's a top 5 tight end of all time.
He's on the edge of it. Yeah.
Okay. Is Kelsey top 5? I
Mhm.
think so.
Yep.
I mean, his numbers are ridiculous.
Well, all the numbers nowadays are going to be better.
That's true.
That's the problem with the different eras of football. Like Lynn Swan's a Hall of Fame wide receiver, and you look at his numbers and you go, "Oh my God, that's 3 seasons." Of Tyreek Hill. So the game's just changed so much.
But yeah, we started looking at tight end lists, and so many University of Miami tight ends.
Well,
Tight end you.
I'm trying to think on the 2000 team. I mean, they definitely had Shockey and Winslow Jr., but I thought they also did they have Olsen? I mean, who was the starter? I thought
It was Shockey, no?
I think it was Shockey with Winslow Jr., the backup.
Olsen was a couple years after. But was he on the team, is what you're saying?
Well, no, he was on the team.
whatever Mongol. I love John Wall. Dropping dimes. We're coming back.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
It's 21 minutes after the hour, top of the morning to you. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Pat Kirwan to join us in our 8 o'clock hour. We'll head to Orlando at the top of the bonus hour because, well, the big fella's making some news. By big fella, we mean Shaq. Hey, can you humor me again for a moment? And I don't know if you went to Wimbledon.
I did. 1989.
Yeah, it was pretty good men's Final
Becker
Four
Edberg.
there. And they played, I think, for the final, but in the semis, I think Edberg took out McEnroe.
I was lucky enough, we got in to see the final few games. There was a rain delay, and you could wait online to buy. When people, and I don't know if they still do it, when people would leave, they could turn their ticket. They just throw their stub into a bucket, and for £1, you could buy someone else's ticket. So we went to court 1 and watched Johnny Mack lose and got to yell, "Come on, John!"
Did you yell it?
Oh,
just
God.
like that?
It 10, 12 times. I'd been drinking beer for 6 hours waiting on the line. But then I was lucky enough to go to the finals the next 2 days later and see Becker, Edberg, and Martina and Steffi. It happened to be the first time in years and years that the men's and women's final were on the same day because of all the rain. So we were gifted with an unbelievable Wimbledon final.
I mean, the men's semis that year was Becker-Lendl, and they played a really long semifinal. I think at the time it was the longest one on record. And then Edberg-McEnroe. And 2 of the 3 sets won tiebreakers in that one. I think there was 1 break of serve in the whole match. But I mention it because Wimbledon started yesterday.
Yes, it did.
And, you know, like you, I had my moment where I snuck in to the 1984 men's final between McEnroe and Lendl. Turned out to be McEnroe's last major that he won. Never would have imagined that at the time. I mean, he lost 3 matches all of 1984. I mean, it's one of the 2 greatest years, you know, that wasn't a grand slam in the history of the sport. But so, tennis was a deal to me. You know,
It was a deal to our country, particularly
Right.
in the 80s.
70s, you know, with Chrissy and Jimmy. And so 70s and 80s and into the 90s with Sampras and Agassi. And then obviously in the very late 90s into the, you know, the Williams sisters. I mean, you know, we'd had a long run where tennis was a major sport in this country. I mean, I would argue a good 40 years. 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. You know, and then in the 20 teens, it began to wane, you know, but man, it just seems that Wimbledon started yesterday and it's like, and I'm trying to think, is tennis ever going to be a big deal in this country again?
Well, it would help if there was a really good American male. And there hasn't been in.
Well, you could argue since Roddick. And by the way, he is the answer to the trivia question. Last American man to win a major. And the major was the 2003 U.S. Open. I mean, we're coming up on 19 years since an American man won a major.
So I think that's the biggest problem.
But I mean, you know, they've had the greatest, you could argue the 3 greatest tennis players of all time carrying the sport here in the last 15 years on the men's side. And Federer, you know, Nadal and Djokovic, put them in whatever order you want. And you've had the Williams sisters both playing into their 40s, for goodness sake.
Right. And in that time, tennis has gone off of network television to
Right.
cable. The French Open's gone from ESPN to the tennis network.
Yeah. Yes.
No, I mean,
No, it's true. It's true. You could barely. It's tough to find the French Open now on television. It is. Yep. NBC really doesn't want a part of it, and neither does ESPN. Maybe internationally, but not in the States. I'm just wondering. I mean, CBS sold off to ESPN the U.S. Open. They carried it forever. Then they said, we'd rather run college football, even mediocre to bad college football, to be honest with you. In fact, we'd rather run nothing. We literally we'd rather run rodeo and some track and field and send it to the local news than run the U.S. Open. We're done. And I'm just wondering if, it's one of those sports. I mean, there have been boxing, horse racing. There have been sports that have had long, glorious runs in our nation's history and then seemingly fade away. And is tennis one of those sports?
it would seem that you're on to something, because we've just gone through, and I know none of them are Americans, but the greatest 3 male tennis players to ever play the sport.
Right. And 2 of them are still playing, by the way, and one of them's won the first 2 majors this year, and the other's favored to win this one.
While we had the Williams sisters and Serena dominating the women's side for quite a while.
I mean, 5 years ago, she was playing for a Grand Slam.
And during that time, we've quit watching.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's how long is it since, there was a time that before Johnny Carson came on, there would be 15 minutes of Wimbledon highlights between the late local news and the Tonight Show.
Well, they had to do that because Johnny took one of the 2 Wimbledon weeks off because he was over there.
Correct.
It was your only chance to see Johnny late night. Was the 4-second cutaway of Johnny with whoever he was with, this year at the All England Lawn and Tennis Club. Just wondering, because, you and I, when it comes, we kind of like this. And you're a big fan of, there you go, the championships, Wimbledon. Right?
I want to feel that grass.
And it just seems as if I wonder if we'll come back. I really do. I wonder if we'll come back. Sometimes it takes us a while to discover something. Like, let's face it, soccer was supposed to be a really big deal in this country in the mid-'70s. And it really took us to about the last
2 years.
Half dozen anyway.
Right. And it's still not big. It's popular as it's ever been, but it's still not big.
Right. So, we were only about 40 years behind the curve on that one. But just trying to think, are we gonna, would a Tiger Woods in tennis, would we even notice? Would we care?
I don't think we would, because we've had 3 of them.
Yeah, I know, but none of them were American. That's what I'm wondering. Would there? Because listen, it's going to be tough to do better than Serena Williams. It just is, male or female. It's going to be really difficult to get somebody, quite frankly, who's in the area code of a Serena Williams. Now, to some, maybe her personality, she's had some outbursts, and you just don't like her. Okay. But you can't, great champion. Ultimately, you watch for the performance. She certainly has performed.
Which I think answers your question for you. She's the greatest tennis player this country's ever had.
Yeah. Yes.
And while her greatness was going on, the popularity of the sport disintegrated. So I think you answered your own question.
Damn. I was hoping for a different answer.
I know you were.
That's why I brought it up.
I know you were.
I thought that was the answer, but I thought maybe, in humoring me, you'd throw me a bone.
Sometimes I lack a little humor this early in the morning. I have to just deal with facts, David.
Miller and Moulton. The starting five is next. Thanks for listening, Florida Sports Network.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Claude Lemieux, though, you're a fucking loser.
You've never fucking won anything.
God, that's great. I love that the older hockey Fred, when Shanahan goes, I'm going to grab, somebody's going to get it. That's just, I used to hear those things on the bus all the time.
I loved how he explained it, though. You know, hey, I was going to the thing and I got hit in the face, and then they show the replay of it. And he goes, so at that point, I'm beating up somebody. Right.
I liked Foote, too. When he's tied up with Shannon, he was all of a sudden Shanahan skating. I'm like, what the hell? Then them talking about Vernon, what a mild-mannered guy he is. I remember Stan Drulia, who was our captain in Atlanta and ended up coaching in the coast and stuff. I remember Stan fighting one game. And he got on the bus after the game and he looked at La Puma, who's our fighter, and he goes, how the fuck do you do this every night? Because my arms have been hanging down to my ankles since the middle of the second period. I couldn't even hold my stick.
I wonder if this is going to be a regular thing now, because I think all three are in different locations. You know, I think one's in his house, the other's in Chicago, and the other's in LA.
Are they like that every day?
Well, that's what I wonder. But I wonder if they're doing that because isn't Kellerman part of the show, and that's not Kellerman.
Oh.
But I think Keyshawn's, because clearly Jay Will's in Chicago. Now, Jimmy Bird, the other thing that I do think hurts tennis is because of the technology, nobody serves in volleys anymore. And there's very little variety out there in the game. Everybody plays the same way. There was an interesting article 2 days ago about NBA and their media rights deal coming up here soon, and how the NBA may pull an NFL and bring in new partners from a streaming standpoint instead of, who they're with now, which is basically ESPN Plus. And that the thought is that this might also get some new voices in the sport. It's kind of the same, Adam.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour, top of the morning to you. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Ever miss any part of the show? Go to floridasportsnetwork.com, and that's where our podcasts can be found. And usually when an hour is done, Felipe is great at getting that hour up on floridasportsnetwork.com in the very early moments of the following hour. So he's on top of things. I mean, he doesn't necessarily pay attention to the hour, all right, but he's very good once the hour is done at posting it on floridasportsnetwork.com. His dad came to town yesterday.
Does he get in your car with you, or does he decide to drive his car that he drove?
No, I drive him.
You do?
He's parked in the hotel. I pick him up.
No, I understand. I just didn't know if he wanted to be riding around in the Chickmobile.
Here we go again.
I'm just curious. Did he like your car?
Yeah.
Well,
in fact, a lot of people like my car.
I
It's
like your car a
market
lot.
No, you don't like it.
I love it. I think that it's a great looking car.
That a
Right.
girl would drive.
Well, then there's that.
would you take his car over yours?
No.
Is that just a prideful thing?
I-
Because you have a little bit of buyer's remorse.
I do, but I think that Philly's car should be driven by a girl.
Huh.
I drove a Toyota FJ Cruiser. I thought it was a really cool car. When they first came out, they were pretty hot cars, and I bought one.
That car's sick.
And I realized after driving it for a while that it was a chick car. It was
No.
the only chick car that I ever owned.
The FJ Cruiser is not a chick car, man. That is a cool car. Wear that with pride. The fact that you had that car. What color was it?
Gray.
I like that.
And it was a chick car.
No.
And I realized it, and I loved that car. I really did.
Okay.
But
Did your wife think it was a chick car?
I had it before the wife.
Okay. Gotcha.
She would have looked great in that car.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, that would have been a perfect car for her. And when I see Felipe's car, I see a similar style that, man, if you saw a cute girl driving that car, you'd go, wow. And then if you saw Philly driving it, you'd go, yeah, that's what
For those that don't know, Felipe, your new car, which was purchased for you upon graduation of college as a gift,
It is a 2022 Ford Bronco Sport.
Sport. It's sporty.
Yeah, because the real Broncos are
They are really expensive and can be driven by men.
and not as sporty. All right. Let me ask. I'll tell you what. Can you humor me again? I'll tell you what. Every segment, I'm going to ask you to humor me. How about this? Take a picture.
I'm glad you caught that.
That's how we've gotten through 15 years. You've humored me. Before we leave the parking lot, because we leave before Felipe, how about this? Take a picture of his car and then ask the wife tonight and go, hey, I was thinking about buying, and just see how she reacts and see whether or not she goes, ooh, that's nice. Or she goes, come on.
She's going to look at it and go, ooh, for me?
Well, then that would give you the answer we're looking for. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Kyrie Irving opts in after the Nets gave Kyrie permission to seek a sign and trade deal. And he had 6 teams, Mark, that he was okay leaving Brooklyn for. They were the 2 LA teams, Clippers and Lakers, the Knicks, the Sixers, the Heat, and the Mavs. Yeah, 5 of those 6 had absolutely no interest in acquiring Kyrie Irving. Only the Lakers were remotely interested in a sign and trade. And the offer, apparently, the Nets laughed out loud about. And so then the Lakers tried to talk Kyrie into, hey, don't opt in. We'll sign you as a free agent. Because if he didn't opt in by tomorrow afternoon, he would have been an unrestricted free agent. Here's the problem. The only thing the Lakers could have offered him was like some kind of exception.
It was the mid-level exemption or something like that. $6 million a year.
Right. And Kyrie's going, let me get this straight. $36.5 million to play with Durant, $6 million to play with LeBron. How about if I give this one more try in Brooklyn? So Kyrie opts in, but here's the deal. Nets can trade him. And the word is the Nets are trying. But at least Kyrie's going to get 36.5. Maybe he'll be in Brooklyn. Maybe he'll be elsewhere. There are all kinds of rumors with the Nets, including one in which Boston has offered Jaylen Brown and 3 first-round picks for Kevin Durant.
No.
Right. If I'm Brooklyn. Okay, there's a crazy offer out there from Phoenix about DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges and picks for Durant. I mean, there's all kind of stuff out there.
That's hilarious.
I understand. Just saying. A lot of stuff going on with Brooklyn. Apparently the Nets are seriously considering saying, you know what? We screwed up. It looked good. It sounded good on paper. Kyrie, KD, the whole deal. Yeah, it was a mess. It blew up our organization. We brought in Harden, traded a bunch of picks. We were stupid. We're starting over.
Well, we'll talk to you in 5 years then.
Please, might as well move the franchise. John Wall is taking the buyout. Now, you got to remember, John Wall was going to make $47 million this year in Houston. So he took 41 from Houston, and that means the Clippers are going to sign him.
Man, has he gotten paid to be.
Oh, shout out John Wall.
He's gotten paid.
Yes, he has.
Shout out for getting paid.
Biggest robbery recent NBA memory.
And very quickly, and I know nobody cares about John Wall, but how it works. John Wall, in the final year of his original Wizards deal, was voted 3rd team All-NBA by the writers. And what that does is take you from the level that you're at now to like 20-25% higher if you make one of the All-NBA teams. And so they then had to sign him to that max deal, the final year of which is coming through right now, in which he was scheduled to make 47.4. Well, that's now going to be about the starting point for the next Supermax deals. But John Wall is going to sign with the Clippers. Here's the big NBA news. Shaq came out yesterday and said, I want to buy the Orlando Magic.
They're not for sale.
They're not for sale, but he said to the DeVos family, hey, come on now. Let's do this. I mean, you've had the team 30 plus years. I mean, how much longer do you need it? Mark, they bought the Magic in 1991 for $85 million. $85 million.
Right.
Forbes valued the franchise 3 weeks ago at $1.64 billion. That's $1 billion profit, basically, give or take 20 million. $1 billion profit in 30 years. Never mind the money they've made on the franchise, because the franchise has not lost money.
Gotcha.
I mean, don't you take Shaq up on his offer if you're the DeVos family?
I don't think they will. I think that someone talking wants to do something. I don't think the DeVosses have any interest in selling the franchise. They've had it for this long. They've had plenty of opportunities unloaded if they've wanted to unload it. I think this is Shaq talking. I think it's great. It makes for good sports talk radio stuff. I don't put a whole lot of weight behind it.
Here's the deal. If we were in Orlando, I would be meeting with you or conducting the meeting on air, which is when we produce.
Thank goodness, because there's too many meetings in this world.
It's when we do our best producing is on air. But I would be saying we are going to start a campaign. And I would try to make life. This is where I'm being brutally honest here. This is where, as a local columnist, Mike Bianchi, who also does a morning radio show there's not a lot of sports radio in Orlando. There's like 2 local shows and everything else is national. And Bianchi and maybe one other person's like a big writer in the paper. But this is where you put a lot of pressure on the DeVos family and say, listen, be quite honest, you've failed. You're not good owners. We don't want you to own the team anymore. We don't. We know it's technically your team, but it's really our team. And you guys are failing us. And we would like you to sell. We don't want you to be owners anymore. And I would start the whole we're not going to go to the games thing. I mean, I really would. I would say we're staying home. And we're not watching either. I mean, what's there to watch? They were, 20-62
Absolutely.
last year? I mean, they've had one playoff season in like the last 8. I mean, they're not a good franchise. And they ain't going to be good this year either. So I would just do the whole thing and say, you know what? We're not watching. We're not going. We're not spending any money. We're not supporting your advertisers, the whole deal, until you sell the team and see if it works. I mean, listen, let's face it. Ray J was 60% full until Brady decided to play for Tampa. I mean,
you're being generous.
I mean, the Bucks fan base without, there was not, WDAE was not, advertising boycott the Bucks, but the fan base just basically said, we're not fans of the Glazers anymore. We don't think they're doing this franchise right. We're not going to give them our money. We're not going to support this team.
Went through a 10-year season ticket list in an hour and a half.
Right. And if I was in Orlando, I would be saying, you know what? Maybe we could help Shaq here and help us, because we don't want these people to own the franchise anymore either. It's just a thought. Think it'd work? I think it, believe it or not, has a chance. Rich people, high-profile people, do not like to be publicly embarrassed.
But they don't like to be told what to do either.
I understand. But they could leave on a high note. NFL. Tony Busby, the lawyer for the women who's suing Deshaun Watson, announced yesterday the first of what he says will be many suits against the Houston Texans for, quote, enabling Deshaun Watson's behavior. Busby says the evidence against the Texans is, quote, incredibly damning. Oh, by the way, Deshaun Watson meets with the NFL today. Marlon Briscoe died at the age of 76. He was the first black starting quarterback in the AFL in the late 60s with the Denver Broncos. He was very effective. He finished second in the Rookie of the Year voting, and then the Broncos never gave him a chance to start again, and neither did any other franchise. So he ended up having to play wide receiver for the rest of his career, and he was on the 2 Don Shula Super Bowl winning Dolphins teams in 72 and 73. And Daniel Snyder is not only not honoring the subpoena to appear before Congress, he's not even accepting it. His lawyers will not accept the subpoena.
How do you do that?
I guess
How do you do that?
I don't know.
I mean,
I guess they try to serve you and you go, no, nothing, no. I don't know.
Candygram,
We should all try it at home.
Land
Right?
Shark.
Major League Baseball suspended 12 Mariners and Angels for their brawl on Sunday. Angels manager Phil Nevin got 10 games. Jesse Winker, the Seattle outfielder, got 7. Anthony Rendon gets 5 games. Remember, he's out for the year with a wrist injury, and he was on the bench in street clothes. Yet he was suspended for 5 games for when he returns, and he's not allowed to be with the team for the next week.
Oh,
Yes.
snap. They did it.
Yeah. No. You can't go to the ballpark.
You've got to stay home.
Right. David Blitzer became minority owner of the Guardians. He'll eventually become majority owner in a few years' time. He's part owner of the Devils, Sixers, and 2 soccer clubs. He's a billionaire. Now, I don't think he's going to make the Guardians, the Phillies in terms of payroll, but he's apparently now going to make the Guardians be able to keep some of their good players instead of always having to sell them off. Twins beat the Guardians 11-1. Their lead's 3. Yankees rallied for 6 in the 7th, beat Oakland 9-5. Toronto snapped the Red Sox 7-game win streak 7-2. Cardinals shut out the Marlins 9-0. Texas 10-4 over Kansas City. Colorado shut out the Dodgers 4-0. Angels 4-3 over the White Sox. Washington 3-2 over Pittsburgh. And the Orioles 9-2 over Seattle. The Mariners did acquire Carlos Santana from Kansas City yesterday. Wimbledon, Djokovic needed 4 sets to advance. Andy Murray at 35 won his first-round match in 4 sets as well. The 7 seeds on both the men's and the women's side were upset. Herquez on the men's side, American Danielle Collins on the women's side. Serena plays at noon today, her first singles match since last year's Wimbledon. And Mark, NHL Hall of Fame, the Sedin twins, and longtime Panthers goalie and Canucks goalie, for that matter, Roberto Luongo, are going into the Hockey Hall of Fame. And that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
anything there interest you?
Did see Greg Wyshynski up in arms that Alexander Mogilny did not get into the Hall of Fame again with the class that got in, and finds that to be just a travesty.
Well, McGillney or the Sedin twins or Daniel Alfredson, who's also going in. I think McGillney was better than all of them.
And from a Hall of Fame standpoint, there's a story with Alexander Mogilny and
Darn
coming
right.
over and all those
And
things.
defecting and
Yes. So
wonder if current times politics also hurting his cause. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com. Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Whole question?
Yeah. In lieu of Brittany Griner being detained in Russia, should the NHL and NBA
Well, I mean, Wimbledon kicked out those from Russia and Belarus.
How many Russians are in the NBA?
That's what I'm trying to look up. No current Russians.
Oh, I forgot about that. The fact that there's no Russians in Wimbledon this year. That's a little bullshit.
Bernantini out with COVID too? The finalist Matteo Bernanetti, is it Bernanetti?
Yeah.
He's out COVID.
Wow.
And what's his, how do you say it? I always pronounce his name wrong. Starts with a C. I'm not even going to try. Chilich?
Yeah.
Chilich.
Marin Cilic.
He's out too.
Oh, wow.
So it says Fowler just tweeted this 38 minutes ago. Opens up the Nadal draw. They were both on his side.
Golly. That's all right. Dimitrov here is having to walk off because of an injury, and be interesting to see if he comes back.
Let's do this.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and Dave Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Magic numbers, by the way, 60, 65, and 72. If you count week 0, Nebraska, Northwestern, 60 days away from college football. September 1st is 65 days away. That's 9 weeks from Thursday. That's when Pitt, West Virginia, in the backyard brawl gets the season going, a 5-day extravaganza right on through Labor Day evening. That's how we kick off college football. You know, we call it week 1. And the NFL's 10 weeks from Thursday, Bills and Rams. Hot steaming deal, just like that.
I don't have a problem with week 0. You're born at 0. Your start's at 0. You don't start at 1. You're not born at 1.
Okay.
I think everybody is a little disparaging towards week 0. I think we should embrace it a little bit more.
Then maybe we should have more games then, except 1.
Well, I'm not opposed to that either.
Not only that, it's not even in the country. It's in Dublin.
There are more games. None of them matter.
Right. I don't know how many of them are, Power 5 schools playing against one another.
Don't even know how many of our Power 5 schools.
Right. So 60, 65, and 72 are the magic numbers. Pick one you like. How about that? Pat Kirwan, 1 hour from now. We'll talk about the league whose magic number is 72. Deshaun Watson scheduled to meet with the league today. I'm sure that's what Pat really wants to talk about, more about Deshaun Watson.
He'll break that right down like he always does on the show, with much disdain and displeasure from the two of us asking questions about Deshaun Watson once again.
By the way, what is that you are resting on?
It showed up. Yesterday I came home from the show and there was a box and it had Phil Steele's return address on it.
Hold on a second. First off, there was a box at your house that was for you? Wow.
I know.
That's breaking news in and of itself.
I know, and it was the Phil Steele college football preview.
I'm surprised you didn't just take the box and either put it in your daughter's room or your wife's.
I framed it. Just the label. Put it up where everybody can see it.
Surprised you didn't keep it in the box and you just took out a marker and wrote, "This is for me."
Doesn't happen often.
Right.
Confused the Amazon driver. So there's a Mark that lives here too?
Do you live here? Well, I think this is for you. It looks like you did a little something different with the cover. It went a little black edges.
Went a little black and went with just one cover because I think, well, I guess he had the regional covers. We get the national cover.
Okay.
With Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud and Xavier Thomas and Jalen Carter from Georgia on there.
All right. So the Phil Steele college football preview arriving before July 1st. Once again, to have it for the 4th of July weekend.
That's big.
Glorious.
It's big. Now I've got to have to fight next week. Kid's going to be in town next week. He's going to be fighting me for the Phil Steele book all week.
No way. He called you, 7:00 at night on Father's Day? He does not get the book. I know it's tough but I'm going to work on you for the next week. No. You got to say no to him. This is what happens when you don't call me on Father's Day until the very end, in which, yeah. Hey, Dad, by the way, before I go to bed, happy Father's Day. That doesn't count. Doesn't cut it, young man. You know what your punishment is? No Phil Steele book. So there. Hey, can I get serious for a second?
Okay.
And it's a topic we have not spent a lot of time on, and maybe we should have. And if so, that's our fault. And we deserve all the criticism that comes with it. But Brittany Griner goes on trial Friday. And Russia just announced that before she's found guilty, which they say is, it's
a dunk.
The fix is in. And who knows the sentence she's going to get. But to give you an example, there's a guy named Paul Whelan who is an American who's been held over in Russia for 4.5 years now. They're claiming he's a spy. The United States is like, that's a joke. All right. He's got nothing to do with us. All right. 4.5 years. And while we've had exchanges between the two countries of prisoners, all right, Whalen's never been included in the exchange. Well, Brittany Griner's been held now for 130 days. I mean, that's over 4 months.
Right. And 10 years is the sentence they're talking about if she's convicted, which
Right.
she's going to be convicted.
Correct. Trial starts Friday. Goodness knows, figure it won't take long. So, I mean, now we're getting pretty serious. They've rejected any and all efforts that we've made to, hey, release her. And, she brought what? A pot paraphernalia?
Yeah, she had pot. She has cannabis possession. She had a hash pipe or something like that,
Right.
a vape pipe that had hash in it.
Now, I saw a quote-unquote expert a couple days ago say, listen, they're pretty strict about this stuff over there, but they've always let the athletes get away with whatever they want. And the fact of the matter is that many a female basketball player plays in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union because they pay big money. $500,000-$600,000 a year. To give you an example, I mean, if you're a premier player in the WNBA and you've been in the league like 7-8 years, you're lucky to make $150. You make 4, 5, 6 times that playing in Eastern Europe and Russia. It's why some of the stars of the WNBA have actually taken years off to just play over there and let their bodies heal. So back to Brittany Griner. Obviously, there's talk that if we released like a terrorist, there's a Russian terrorist that apparently we're holding on to. And if we released him, then they would release Brittany Griner. Well, take politics out of it. Here's the obvious. If we were to release the terrorist for Brittany Griner, then all the other countries would then start capturing Americans, and they would want those exchanges as well. And it obviously is not something we can do, even though we want to. So what I'm wondering, Mark, is does the sports world now have to get serious? Okay. What Wimbledon is doing, we're against. They banned the Russian and Belarus, probably Russia's greatest ally, and has helped Russia invade the Ukraine. And Wimbledon responded by banning players, male and female, from Russia and Belarus from this year's championships. We're against that. We're like, what did the players do? Well, is it time now, if you're an American or North American sports league, to fight fire with fire here? And you know what I'm about to throw out there. Now, there are no Russian NBA players. There are Russian WNBA players. But let's face it, none of us think that will get the attention and stop what's going on. So you know what the big one is.
Well, it's the National Hockey League.
There you go.
But that's a North American league. That's Canada and the United States.
But Canada would probably even be more for it than us. They're more liberal. I think Justin Trudeau would get behind it. And if you did it now, you would give every NHL organization as much time as possible to look at your roster for next year. And this is getting very political.
And it's getting really political. And David, if they did it over Brittany Griner, I'd be shocked.
Oh, I understand. I mean, I would too.
Brittany Griner, at the end of the day, Brittany Griner, while this is a joke, she's guilty. She's guilty of the crime that they're holding her for. There's not a fix. She's guilty. She's had pot possession. Now, the punishment for the crime is ridiculous.
Well, but also they've detained her for 130 days. I mean, they have not released her. I mean, they are treating her as if she's a murderer. I mean, that can't be denied. So they have not treated her the way they would normally treat someone who is detained or arrested and facing these charges. I mean, even they acknowledge that. But I'm just wondering, is it time? Because, Mark, otherwise, I mean, I don't know when Brittany Griner's going to be free again. I mean, honestly, they've held this Paul Whelan guy for 4.5 years. mean, now nobody knows who he is, but if they've held him for 4.5 years on trumped up charges, like you said, I mean, she did have the marijuana paraphernalia in her suitcase, but as people close to her have said, well, hell, she's flown in there for 5 years with the same suitcase, the same stuff in it. Why now? Well, I think we all kind of know why now. They're making an example out of her because we're helping Ukraine. And what I'm wondering is, if you were the Biden administration, would you call Gary Bettman and go,
yes,
crazy idea?
Actually, see, that's where it would have to start. I would.
But
I would at least be on the phone saying, would you consider it? And I would want to know what their thoughts were right off the get-go.
And I'm wondering at this point, if if that phone call were to take place, and can you get Gary Bettman to just, basically set up the interview in which somebody throws in the question and goes, hey, would you ever consider, banning the Russian players? And he would say something like, actually, we're considering that right now. Oh, okay. Because that may get his attention. Apparently Ovechkin and him are tight. And I'm not joking, not trying to be flippant here. And Ovechkin's on the verge of breaking the greatest record in that sport's history. Plays 3.5 more years, he's going to break Gretzky's record. And, Bettman could do it even though some of the best players on some teams are Russian. Think about what it would do to the Lightning. The goalie, arguably their best forward. Sorry, don't know what to tell you. You can stay in the country, but you can't play.
Second set of defense.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It would disrupt the league. Now, you could say, listen, the salaries don't count. We're not going to do that to you as well. Ban them from playing, but also, the 30 million counts on the cap. We're not going to do that. We'll take it, put it aside, and treat them as if they're injured. But no, until they free Brittany Griner, sorry, you guys can't play. Now, we don't think that would happen.
If there were a bunch of Russian basketball players, I could see it happening. The WNBA and the NBA, obviously the same ownership and
right. And unfortunately, there are no NBA players. There are a handful of WNBA players. There are no NBA players. But I'm wondering, has this gotten this serious? And does it need to be taken this seriously? Or, hey, no, we got to keep sports and politics. We got to keep them apart.
I don't think the NHL will ever do it. I've always thought that the Biden administration could hold the H-1B visas and not let anybody in the country. I've always thought that was a long shot from our administration right now. Miller and Moulton, we thank you for listening on the Florida Sports Network.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service e-motorcycles. Check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Literally a story on CNN travel. Could you land a plane in an emergency?
No.
Yes.
Yep. We knew Philly could do it. Wow. He just retired. Up a set, but down a break in the second set.
He's hurting that bad he can't carry his
Age
tennis
of-
rackets off the.
Yeah, I know. I don't quite understand that. Oh no, he was just going to get his towel. Huh?
Here we go.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Pat Kirwan to join us in 40 minutes. Magic numbers 60, 65, or 72 for week 0, week 1, and week 1 of the NFL season. So Phil Steele book is out, can be purchased. If you've already ordered it, home delivery, if you don't have it already, should be this week. So
Yeah, I don't think it's in the stores until around the 4th, 5th of July at
Next
Barnes
week?
& Noble. Yeah,
all right. So
have to have pre-ordered.
there's a
Came
gleam,
home
man.
from work yesterday, big box sitting there. I'm like, and it was addressed to me.
Which that's a win right there. You almost don't even care what's in it.
No,
after
you
that.
don't. It's a dadgum good point, David.
Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network.
Can you humor me for a second?
Well, you've already done it 3 times today for me.
I saw this story yesterday, and I don't care so much about the story, but it got me thinking. So apparently Le'Veon Bell and Adrian Peterson are going to box coming up here.
Yeah, apparently so.
Great. Whatever. I wouldn't spend 10 cents to watch those two guys hit one another. Makes no difference to me. But it got me thinking of what celebrity/sporting boxing match you'd most want to see. And I'm trying to figure out whether I want a Draymond KD. I mean, that's kind of where I was starting. Because, they're talking trash to one another. But what is this? What is the sporting boxing match or celebrity boxing match, because now we have those as well, that you'd most want to see? Is there a I'm guessing you're like me. You wouldn't even turn it on TV if it were free.
No, I find the whole thing, the fact that it's a headline on a website, I find insulting. I really do. That's, there's a part of me that's like, listen, you've humored me 3 times, so I have to humor you now, but I can't.
I know you don't want to.
I can't believe you're talking about this. However, apparently, these NBA Twitter beefs, I mean, this is either WWE-ish, and this is all BS, and this is all fake, but they are selling the hell out of it, or apparently the NBA player is the most sensitive athlete out there.
And it could be, yes, a little bit of both, but they are ultra sensitive.
I mean, my goodness, the whole Draymond Green, Kendrick Perkins thing that's going on right now. I mean, Green calling him, derogatory epithets, and Kendrick responding in a way in which ESPN had to call him up and go, yeah, take that down. Well, that's not the look that we want. I mean, then there's KD and all the beefs that he has with people, and we're not even including 14-year-olds in their basement. We're talking about other NBA players and announcers. I mean, that's probably, if I had to go here, I would pick an NBA.
Well, I think Philly take me out back and beat me for the, Ford Bronco comments I've made.
Well, I have to admit, in the first hour, I might have. He would have gone longer with you than I would have thought. He was genuinely annoyed. When you go after his car, of which he's been in it now for 3 weeks, but he is emotionally attached to the vehicle.
I need you to send a picture to your wife. I need to get her opinion on this.
Don't worry.
Now, you have to remember, though, if she likes it, it could further bolster his claim that it's a chick magnet car. So
Johnny Mac going with Rory versus Greg Norman.
Ooh, I like the huge age difference, though. Although Greg's in great shape.
Exactly. I might take Norman. In fact, I would take Norman.
Well, I would take
I'll
Norman.
take the Aussie over the Irishman anytime.
I don't know. I think the Irishman would I think that he would fight.
I think
to the
Norman
death.
would kick his ass.
I don't.
Like right now, today.
I don't, but I think he would kick JT's. I think he would destroy JT. I think he would.
Might have to do this
JT
tail of the
speed.
tape.
I like it. That might be the poll question, by the way. In honor of AP and Le'Veon Bell's scheduled bout next month, who would you take?
Greg Norman or Rory?
Yeah.
Rory would beat Greg Norman's.
I don't know about that. All 5'9" of Rory McIlroy against
jacked.
Yeah, you've never met Greg Norman. No, I'm serious. He's every bit as jacked as Rory. He's just 30 years old.
Right, and he's bigger. I mean, Rory's 5'9". Norman's he's taller than you, isn't he?
Yeah.
Norman's 6 foot tall.
Yeah. Maybe 6'1". Yeah. He's just 30 years older. That's all.
And he's in better shape.
The tail of the tape would surprise you, Felipe. But the age thing would be glaring, and you'd go, I wonder if this will be the deciding factor.
So our text number is 21,000. The keyword's FSN Radio. Would love to see your boxing celebrity / sport boxing matches.
Well, like there are times on Inside the NBA in which you think Shaq and Chuck are going to go after each other.
Well, they have in a basketball game once, and Chuck won.
Well, I think Shaq, whenever somebody goes after Shaq, Shaq's like, if I throw a punch, I could kill you. And Shaq just kind of looks down at everybody like, what am I supposed to do with you? Now, I have to admit, Rory and Norman. Now I've got you. That one got me interested because of, we don't normally have what's going on in golf going on now, and I find the whole thing interesting. And so, and they're starting to get a little personal, with one another.
Well, this is getting ugly in Portland this week, as you mentioned yesterday, with the drunk driving accident from
a University of Oregon
6 years
student,
ago,
right? And apparently it was a Saudi kid a foreign exchange student who was believed to be the one behind the wheel who did it. And the kid had his passport taken away and had an ankle monitor. And all of a sudden the kid disappeared.
And they believe the Saudis got a private jet and arranged for him to get out of the country and back to Saudi Arabia.
Right. And so the locals are bent out of shape about that. And so there's a local connection to the Saudi angst in the greater Portland area, although this course is what? I don't know.
It's outside of town, but the mayor of the little town, Pumpkin Ridge is the course. The mayor of the town has basically said he doesn't want it there.
Right.
So the members have left the club because of this.
Right. Now, it's my understanding. I mean, I will say in that part of this country, they're always protesting something.
They do like a good protest.
I mean, you could go back to Peter Jacobson 30 plus years ago with the Fred Meyer Classic. They had protests with that, and that was basically a 2-day, 36-hole shindig. So.
Okay, I have a realistically good boxing matchup, but I know none of you guys care because it's another NBA matchup.
Well, but that's okay. If it's good.
If it's good, have we heard of these NBA players?
Westbrook and Dame.
Okay. I mean, they're at least two backcourt guys, similar age, okay.
Westbrook's bigger, but Dame actually practices boxing.
Don't know how much interest there'd be. Okay. But two all-star players, at least one in the past. So, okay. I have to admit right now, I'm thinking Sean Marks, the GM of the Nets, and Kyrie, because apparently the Nets brass just wants to kill this guy because they're blaming him for blowing up their entire franchise.
And I'm just trying to figure out who I want KD to fight, whether it's Chuck, Draymond, who would KD get into the ring with?
Listen, man, KD, he better have good boxing skills because he's skinny as hell.
A lot of reach.
Yeah, he better be able to float like a butterfly and sting like a bee.
Stick and move, baby. Stick and move.
He's going to need a big ring.
Giannis would carve him up.
Well, you can't put Giannis is, beefy. And first, I will say this, though, about Giannis. Such a nice guy. Giannis, I think, would be the guy standing in the middle of the ring going, come on, I don't want to hit you.
Right.
Why do we have to fight?
Yes, exactly.
Why can't we play basketball?
Got nuggets.
Why?
I want nuggets.
Why did my agent sign me up for this? Right. So, but I like it. Roy versus Norman. I think it should be our poll question. I think you'd be surprised, Felipe, how many people vote for Norman.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made to order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local, eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Someone just told me to tweet pictures of my car. I'm going to.
Apparently, the Gators star gymnast is returning for another year. You could tell Eve.
Oh.
Trinity Thomas.
Oh, I know she is. She's great.
She was, yeah,
She's beautiful.
posted like 12 perfect scores last
Yeah,
year.
I know exactly who
Gators.
she is. She's a really pretty girl. That's pretty scary that I know who you're talking about.
I know.
So Darren Height, Madison Square Garden, who's suing MSG?
I don't know.
Somebody, Darren Heitner just tweeted out, bold move MSG, sent a letter to plaintiffs' lawyers telling them they can't go to events at MSG venues until the final resolution of pending litigation. Can't wait to see a lawyer escorted out like Stool President was thrown out of the Super Bowl.
I like that he called it a wagon, though. It is a wagon. Come back.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes before the hour, Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Thanks so much for being with us. Pat Kirwan at the top of the hour to talk all things NFL. Some developing, breaking news out of Wimbledon this morning. A couple of high-profile men's players have had to withdraw from Wimbledon because of COVID. Marin Cilic withdrew late yesterday. He's been a Wimbledon finalist in the past, and he won the U.S. Open 8 years ago. And finalist from last year, and I think second seed, Matteo Berrettini. All right. He just tested positive, and he had to withdraw. So he took a set off Djokovic last year. At least one. Might have lost in 5, come to think of it. So, and you and I were talking about this earlier. They're both on
Nadal's side.
Hey, we talk about it. You need breaks.
And Rafi getting a couple more early in week 1.
And remember, he's halfway to a slam. Now, this is not his best surface. Hasn't won here since, 2 decades ago. I think he went back-to-back in 08, 09, hasn't won since. Made it to the semis 3 years ago, lost to Federer. I don't think he's played Wimbledon since. Well, they didn't have a tournament in 2020, and he didn't play it last year because of injury. But so, who knows? I mean, Djokovic took the Grand Slam chase to the U.S. Open last year. Maybe Nadal does it this year. And we'll see if anybody cares.
We were talking athlete/celebrity boxing, did get a couple of fun texts. I've got one that just basically said Norman in round 2 over Rory, and another that said, hell, how about the battle for Cleveland? Baker versus Watson.
I love this one. I absolutely love it. I mean, Deshaun bigger, but Baker, the whole pit bull thing.
Got to knock him out.
Well, you would think he'd be more motivated in the fight.
That's pretty funny, the battle for Cleveland.
I do like it.
21,000, the keywords FSN radio. If you want to text into the show, your thoughts on that or any of the other things. We brought up the Brittany Griner thing, and several people texted something similar along the lines of, you bring illegal drugs into Russia and expect to be free after getting caught.
Now, and I will say, we do have to take it all into the equation. All right. There's no doubt. I mean, she brought in marijuana. Did she actually bring in?
She had vape
weed?
cartridges. Yeah. They were in her suitcase, whether coming or going. She had vape cartridges, and she had
and
she had hash oil.
Right. So she had paraphernalia.
No, she had weed.
Okay. So, and there's no doubt they've got, laws on the books and the whole deal. But apparently they've looked the other way for athletes, and especially foreign athletes, for decades. I mean, that's, they're clamped down on their own, but, it was wink, wink, nod, nod with the athletes. I mean, do you think this was the first time that she flew there with this stuff? I mean,
no, but the other side of it is paying a little bit of attention to the world of what's going on as an American.
I'm sorry.
No.
I think
don't
that's
know.
bull.
David, sorry. I guess maybe I'm just a little naive here. I would never, ever consider. I've smoked pot most of my life. I would never in a million years consider bringing pot on an airplane. Not even in our own country, let alone flying from one to another. I wouldn't.
Fair enough.
I can get it.
All right. Fair enough. Okay. Well, one, you may have trouble getting it there. I don't know. But number two is she flew in early to mid-February. He hadn't even gone to war yet. Remember, he was waiting till the Olympics were over. So, I mean, they detained her before the Olympics were over. I mean, for those getting on her for she should have known what was going on in the world, I think come on now. Do you really think as an American citizen that you're going to be detained about a conflict that we're not even involved in yet? In fact, the conflict had not begun yet.
David, I would never bring drugs.
That's fair enough.
On an airplane.
That's fair. I mean, listen,
I know, but I'm just,
right. That's fair. And that's fair.
And
that's fair.
David, this just in. I left Portland last year where marijuana is legal. Do you know what I did with my vape pipe at the airport? I threw it in the trash because an airplane is a federal.
Right.
You're jumping into federal land then.
I understand.
But
I understand. I'm not saying that what she did is right. I'm not even saying what she did is legal.
It's just stupid.
She's been detained for 130 days in a foreign country. She has not spoken to anyone. All right. I mean, they're treating her as if she tried to kill someone. All right. Even they are acknowledging this is not what they normally do. We all know why they're doing what they're doing and who they're doing it to. Okay. And even though she's in the wrong, she's also a bit of a victim here.
A bit.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, I could understand if they said, listen, you can't leave the country. But normally in this instance, you're not in prison the whole time. I mean, if nothing else, she would have been free to talk to friends and family. Eat more than what it is they're serving her in a Russian prison. I mean, they are treating her as if she tried to kill someone.
They have definitely taken the however many vape cartridges they had and extended it to.
Yes.
Well, I mean, she had several vape cartridges, and they said, she's a drug dealer.
Yes,
That's what they're
right.
They're taking it from possession to basically she's an international drug dealer.
And meanwhile, she's looking at them going, no, man, I'm spending 3 months playing ball in your country. I'm just trying to, pack enough weed to stay here for 3 months. By the way, the first half of it's still winter.
But
okay, but does that mean that, screw her? No, screw her.
No.
No, screw her. Because that's what we're getting. Oh, no, screw her. She's in the wrong, screw her. Really? Okay. What about the guy who's been there 4.5 years and apparently is guilty of being an American? I mean, that's all. I'm just wondering. Listen, she's in the wrong. Well, sometimes two wrongs make a right. I just brought up is this where the international sports community, I mean, Wimbledon did it. Wimbledon got involved in a war, right? They banned Russian and Belarus men and women. We both think they're wrong. I'm appalled by what Wimbledon did. Okay. do I think the NHL is going to ban Russian players because of Russia's? And by the way, if I was the NHL, I'm not doing it because of Russia detaining Brittany Griner. I'm doing it because of the Ukraine. All right. And when they say, well, why didn't you do it sooner? And you go, well, the season was already going on. It would have been unfair to teams and what have you. We're doing it now to give everybody a chance to plan accordingly. Now, do you and I think that's going to happen?
Not in a million years.
Hell no. But, at this point, Brittany Griner's going on trial Friday.
She's going to get the 10 years.
Yeah.
That's pretty much a dunk right now.
Right. And we got this guy who's guilty of being an American male who's been detained now for 4.5 years. And whenever we've done prisons, exchange of prisoners, he's never been included. And I'm just wondering if this is where, if you're going to be outraged about Brittany Griner, well, then at some point, does somebody have to do something? Because this is like offering thoughts and prayers when we have mass shootings. I'm sorry. Either keep your mouth shut or do something. We're at that point. And I think we're at that point with Brittany Griner. Okay. If these leagues are this bent out of shape, well, then do something. Otherwise, shut up.
And as we pointed out, the NBA does not have any Russian players in it. The WNBA does, but we don't think that would do a damn thing.
No. And the season's 2/3 over. Once you start the season with the players, it'd be unfair to everybody involved, but especially the teams. If all of a sudden now stretch run, you go, oh, by the way, your starting point guard, yeah, she can't play. They held Brittany Griner a little too long. She's done. That would be unfair. Now, maybe is this at the point in which you, I don't know, just start talking about whether or not, hey, sorry, just make your plans now. Can't play next year. If you leave the country, we ain't going to let you back in. Till they free Brittany Griner, you can't play and you can't come back. Just letting you know now, make your plans accordingly when the season's over. I don't know. But do something. You've had 130 days. That's how long she's been detained. She's going away for 10 years beginning Friday. Come on. Either do something. Somebody stand up and do something. Otherwise, shut up.
FSN Radio to 21,000. FSN Radio to 21,000. You want to text the show. The keyword is FSN Radio. The number is 21,000. If you miss any of the show, go to floridasportsnetwork.com or any of the places where you can download podcasts, and you can download the show hour by hour.
So it was just we haven't talked much about it, but because now, what was it, yesterday, they extended her detainment 6 more months. This is the 4th or 5th time they've extended her detainment. For marijuana in a suitcase. I'm guessing there are a few more dangerous people that they've detained here in the last 130 days.
Probably.
So, and she's going on trial Friday, and we all know what's going to happen. So we thought it was timely to bring it up. Speaking of timely, Shaq went on a podcast yesterday and said, I want to own the Orlando Magic. And I've got the money.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he does, not by himself, but when he started his partnership with the 2 New York moguls there that have Shaq on everything.
Right.
They do. Their company does.
Mm-hmm. No, Shaq was talking to Dennis Scott yesterday on the podcast, and Dennis is like, hey, we got to call people. And Shaq's like, dude, don't worry. I got the money.
$1.6 billion is what Forbes has the Orlando Magic rated being worth. Thereabouts.
We were in Orlando, baby. We'd be starting the campaign to the DeVos family. We want you gone. Sell the team. You had a nice run. 30 years. Went to, 2 finals? We've had 2 glorious moments in franchise history during your 30 years. That's it. But we haven't had anything in the last 12. This franchise is one of the 5 worst in the league. Come on now. You're not doing anything to help it. And we built you a new arena and everything.
Right. Brandt's making a new arena, and
you have not held up your end of the
No.
deal.
In fact, I was in Orlando out of the 2. Well, you were just there, but I was there during basketball season. And when they were down to a couple of regular season games, happened to have the local news on, of to which he said, Well, there's only 2 left, thank goodness. I mean, that's the local sports guy. This is his beat. It's the only thing that he really covers on a regular basis that gives him some excitement. It's a one-sport town.
Right.
And it sounds like they'd much rather cover the Orlando City soccer team than they would the Orlando Magic.
The Magic are so cheap that, remember, they got rid of their radio crew. Their radio and TV now are simulcast. They got rid of like half their announcers. I mean, that's the owners are billionaires. The franchise is worth nearly $2 billion. And
It's all Amway money. It trickles down, David. Sometimes you just get rid of a radio guy for some soap.
oh, listen, we've been told worse reasons, so I guess.
My biased Heat fan self refers to that franchise as Sun.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want the Magic to be at least good? I mean, you're connected by a roadway. I mean, it's kind of like, I understand Lightning, they don't like the Panthers. But you know what? It's easy not to like them. But
When
also,
they're good, it's a lot easier. This rivalry, sorry, David, this rivalry, this past couple of years of the playoffs has been great for both franchises. Could you imagine an Orlando Magic, Miami Heat first-round matchup? That would be a big deal.
That'd be great.
they've never played in the playoffs, have they? Think
Nope.
about that. Think about that. They've always been in the same division, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the Magic just have not been good that often. And the 2 best players, arguably, or 2 of the 3 best players in franchise history, they ran them both out of town, Shaq and Dwight Howard. You could throw Penny in there if you think he's better than Dwight or whatever. That's another thing Shaq would do. I mean, he all but said, like, Dennis Scott would be his GM, and I really think one of his first 2 coaches would be Penny, who I actually think would be a really good coach.
He's at Memphis still.
Yeah, I understand. It doesn't mean he can't come from college to the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, coaching is coaching, players are players. The league's getting younger. They're shooting threes in both leagues. I don't know what the difference.
They're paying players in both leagues.
I mean, hell, there's more of an inside game in college.
Hell, with how young the Magic are, it wouldn't
Yeah,
be too far
really.
off college
Memphis
team.
team's not much younger. So, Miller and Moulton. Pat Kirwan, as we switch gears and talk NFL next on the Florida Sports Network.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled, marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled, marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Mike Farrell says the 5 best places to watch a night game are college, Tennessee 5, Vatech 4, Penn State 3, Iowa 2, LSU 1.
Been to Tennessee. Been to 5, 3, and 1.
At night?
Yeah.
Did you do a Florida Tennessee game at night?
Oh, done. My very first game with CBS was Florida, Tennessee, 06, prime time.
Okay.
Yeah. 21-20 Florida.
Penn State's on my short list. I could, if some things were to break and I would have a little money, I might try to sneak to Iowa for Michigan and Iowa. I know I can get, my buddy would give me tickets. It's just flying.
Right.
And that's October 1.
All right. Okay, music. What would be acting like the adult? I mean, that's what we're asking. I mean, we threw out there, if you're the NHL, do you say, listen, all the Russians, you can't play next year? Don't know what to tell you. Talk to Putin. I mean, what's be the adult in the room? What are you recommending they do? Because I think that's the only thing that they might respond to, because Putin loves hockey.
And taking his shirt off.
Right. Supposedly he's dying. That's my favorite. That he's really sick and he's dying. Problem is, apparently the guy who's
behind him
in line
is 6 times worse.
Right. Well, Archie does about his hockey friends.
Oh, I gotta go, Pat. I'm coming.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Third and final hour of Miller and Moulton for those of you in Lake City and surrounding areas, Tampa and St. Pete, for Port Charlotte and Venice. Thanks so much for listening. Our magic numbers, 60 days until, well, some semblance of football. Nebraska Northwestern in Dublin. But 65 days away, 9 weeks from Thursday, is the week one of the college football season, and 10 weeks from Thursday, 72 days away, Bills and Rams, the first game of the 2022 NFL season. Speaking of the NFL, that's where Pat Kirwan comes in. He of Moving the Chains, weekday afternoons on NFL radio. Pat's weekly appearances brought to us by Pinchers from Tampa to Key West and over a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh. How are you, Pat?
I'm doing well, fellas. And I suppose it's the ultimate dead spot of the NFL calendar, but there's always stuff to talk about. And I ran into some people down at the airport yesterday that know you guys very well and are very complimentary of the new show. So I told them I'd pass it on, that they love what you're doing. And they just said, if you just get rid of that guy, Pat, 2 days a week, we think it'll be perfect.
Well, Pat, I have to admit, when you first brought that up, I was a little concerned because, well, TSA has gotten to know me pretty well over the years and hasn't always been for the right reasons.
Yeah, well, I was thinking I might be here all night, so I better be nice to this show. Very good.
I know they're not your favorite subjects, but, when Mr. Snyder has refused to accept a subpoena, it kind of shows you what, to me, between he and Goodell, they know it's their league. They don't care what anybody else thinks, and they're basically going to do what they want. I don't know if it's a great look, Pat, but it shows you how strong the NFL is.
It does. I think he's under advisement from his own attorneys on how to handle it. Roger did appear, so we always have the threat of the antitrust, which I'm sure David will get into. But as long as the Congress has that, they can try to force him to do a lot of things. But these hearings, we said it last week. I mean, it's a lot of dog and pony show stuff. And I don't know, if I was Snyder, I probably would have showed up. But I have respect for our government that way. But he doesn't, and he's doing what he's told to do by his attorney. So we'll see. You asked me last week, do you think anything will come of it? My answer was no. It's still no.
Well, and you can certainly tell by, what it was that Goodell said. I mean, if he had tipped his hand in any way, then we would have went, But he basically defended Snyder to a point and the league entirely. And so obviously, as he said, hey, we feel we've already disciplined their matter and we have moved on. Meanwhile, the NFL has not disciplined Deshaun Watson, but reportedly they will begin the hearings with him, his side of this story today. Pat, how does this work?
Well, we all know the ultimate answer to that question is Roger's going to decide. They have a nice little layer in there where the union and the league agreed on somebody to listen to the case, but ultimately Roger will decide. And I do still think it's going to be, as I said last week and the week before, it'll start with a year and will end with the word indefinite, and they'll get their way on this one because they have to, and they will.
Well, as we go forward with this, and I guess the Deshaun, I mean, is there any precedent you see? Do you think, is everyone just arbitrary, Pat? Because people like to look at past cases, and I know this one's a little different. Is there any past precedent that you think applies to Deshaun Watson, or do you think Roger treats every case independently?
Well, he may say he does, but, his own experiences are always involved in decisions. I mean, he's been through these kind of things, but to your point, Mark, one specific to this kind of 22 and 24 and 26 and 20. No, I think it is in that sense unique, but I do think that the experience led him to indefinite suspensions before, and I think it's going to lead into an indefinite suspension this time. And I don't know. I think it was 6 months ago or right after this guy signed with Cleveland, Deshaun, that I said, well, you never know. You might still see our friend Baker, and everyone laughed at me. But wouldn't you think that's the best alternative for these guys when they lose Watson for over a year or more? I think so, because I think the indefinite has to be on it because we don't know where it's going from here. I wouldn't be surprised. Would you guys be surprised if 2, 4, or 6 more? I like when they always come in twos. It's easy to remember the number. Do you think that might happen? And do you think they're going to be forced to talk about suspension next year as well? I think so.
Well,
this is not a closed case.
No, Pat. That's why when a week ago the news was he had settled with 20 of the 24, that I had said, listen, if I'm Watson's side, I am looking at Busby, the attorney, and saying, by the way, no more suits. All right. We're only going to agree to this and agree to pay your legal fees if it's just the 4 that are holding out. And that's it. 4 can't become 6 or 8 or what have you. Or another lawyer needs to take it on, that you're done taking on people against us. Otherwise, I don't know why you settle, to be honest with you.
Well, I think he thinks the settlement's going to help reduce the penalty, whatever it is. He knows better than to think the guy's getting out from under this. But you already said what I think is going to happen. When they get this one in line here and they call for a year indefinite, then I think the next wave of people getting after Deshaun are going to come from a different attorney. That's what I think is going to happen. And then what are you going to do? Tell that guy, hey, no, we already settled with us. I don't think that'll happen. I think that people want to get after Deshaun will get after Deshaun, and they'll have a different attorney and somebody who might already be preparing for phase 2.
All right.
I don't think someone's waiting. They're gonna just launch the second this thing is decided and say, here we go, next phase.
Pat, how do you think the league is going to react, if at all, to the news yesterday of now the Texans are being sued specifically about this for quote unquote enabling Watson's behavior? And the same attorney is handling these suits, Tony Busby. And he said, oh, this is the first of many. And, I have to admit, my first reaction was, oh, man, if I was the Texans, I thought I was done with this when I traded him. We new GM, new coach. We got rid of the quarterback. We're moving on, blah, blah, blah. How do you feel the league is going to react to this? And do you think that the Texans are in danger of losing picks or whatever down the road?
I don't think so. I think the league and the Texans have been in correspondence, and forget the coach and the GM. Those are football guys. It's the legal department. And I'm sure in Houston they anticipate. In fact, this was hinted a long time ago by Busby that he was going to go after the Houston as well. So I don't think this is news in a sense of, hey, I can't believe they're turning to this tactic. I think everyone knew this was coming, and certainly the legal end of the Houston Texans, and the league's probably been talking to them regularly about, well, when this happens, here's where we're going. So I think this is total guess that Houston, the team, will get out. You have to prove what you're claiming, and I think that's going to be really hard to do. And what are you going to prove? That what? They helped them get a room at a hotel? I don't know that you can prove everything that went on in that room they knew about or anything else. So I do think Houston, the team, will get out from under this without further punishment. Rodgers got a lot to do with a number of other teams.
He's Pat Kirwan, co-host of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekday afternoons. Pat joins us once or twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers from Tampa to Key West and a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh.
Pat, a spring football league announced they're going to make year 2. That's actually news. The USFL has announced. Just your thoughts on what year 1 was. Did the NFL take notice? Was there anything with the miking of the linemen? There's some TV stuff that I thought was pretty cool. Just overall, they made it to year 2. Has the NFL even noticed?
I think the NFL always has their eye on these things, and I think they've already have some informal relationship with the guys, and the way they were implementing rule experiments, and I'm sure the NFL had a close eye on that stuff. But to me, the league what'll help them now that they're definitely going to year 2 is let's see if, I don't know, a half a dozen players get NFL contracts and that maybe one or two of the guys are successful. That keeps the league rolling and changes the perception of who's out there. So if we're in the middle of November and some kid, the running back, maybe that kid all of a sudden has a 125-yard rushing game against the Dallas Cowboys or something, we all know how the announcers are going to talk about that kid was from the USFL. He got his chance there, blah, blah, blah. I thought that would be the best public relations thing they have coming up for themselves in what's their off season and the NFL season. That legitimizes talent. And once you convince the fans that there's a level of talent out there, certainly not the whole league, we know it's a minor league, but that there's hope, that there's NFL players out there. It was interesting when USFL folded, and I know David, the historian, remembers how many good players transferred over to the NFL. Sam Mills and Ken Hull up there in Buffalo. We talked about this before as well. And a lot of people, if you go back and remember those days, you're too young, Mark, but they were like, wow, there were good players in that league. And the next thing, there might be a coach or two hired. And I think when they cross over to the NFL, it will change the perception and the viewership will go up next year because of that.
Viewership, by the way, Fox in the release, Mark, as we enter our final minute here of this segment with Pat, Fox said, hey, we averaged a little over 1 million per broadcast on Fox and NBC. And while that may not seem like a lot, it's better than soccer. Any soccer, Premier League, MLS, anything you want to throw out there. We had more people watching USFL than you had watching Premier League. And we know what Premier League just sold for, and TV rights and all that. And so, they're like, hey, don't discount this product so quickly.
Well, the best thing that happened to the football league is that the networks own it and got involved, and they have a lot at stake to promote it. And you're right about those numbers. They're not up against the NFL. They're up against the rugby league and all the other things that are on television. And they know that they can bring a product to the fans that you'll get enough people to justify its value. And so I'm with you on that. And there's a lot of other things on television, and there's a lot of things not on television because there's not enough programming and content.
More with Pat Kirwan on the other side. Miller and Moulton here on the Florida Sports Network.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Pat,
Yes, right here.
what's up, man?
Not much. I flew back from Florida late last night after a little storm came through around 7:30 or so.
Oh yeah.
I got delayed. We finally got into New York around midnight, so I'm good. Traveling is like, and I'm getting really anxiety ridden about our camp tour because I'm like on, I don't know, 20 flights in 30 days. There's no chance all 20 are going to take off.
No.
Not with the way pilots and everything else are going on.
How drivable is it?
There's certain links that are like from the Jets to the Patriots to the Bills to the Browns, the Browns down to Pittsburgh. That's an easy run. But sooner or later we got to change regions. So then I think we're in Baltimore. We got to fly to Atlanta, Carolina. Hopefully New Orleans this year. We keep missing out on New Orleans. But then we get into the Florida 3, and I'm going to try to cancel going to Jacksonville. Last year I canceled going to Miami, but I really want to see Miami this year. So, and then we go to the West Coast, Denver and all that business. So there's a couple. Once we start going west, it's like a flight every night because really you're not driving from Denver to LA and LA to Seattle and all that stuff. So it is what it is. I do like it when I'm out there, but usually we have predictable airline stuff. And David, well, hopefully it doesn't happen to you, but we'll end up working at a camp show, and then we're rushing to the airport for the last flight of the night. So
Right.
That's the one you get screwed on.
Oh no, I hear you. I mean, my travel this year is going to be, in theory, so much better because I only have 2 games instead of 3. And so it's like do game Saturday, fly Sunday. Well, in theory, I've got all day Sunday to travel. I'll schedule an early flight, and if stuff happens, I should be able to jump on something later. Same with do Monday night, fly home Tuesday. Usually my flight's middays, and hopefully I can get out. So I think I'll be okay. I will say I have a couple trips to Jersey coming up here in which I've got the last flight out of Newark both nights on United.
Well, that's the flight I'm on every Sunday night during the season. And that's the one that you can hold your breath on. Sunday night back to RSW on the 9th. I think it's now the latest one's 8:50. There used to be a 9:30, which I'd try to make the 8:50, and if there was some problem, I'd get on the 9:30 one. But as of now, there is no 9:30. Who cares? Do the best we can. No one gives a shit when you're sleeping in the airport.
No.
Oh, there's my favorite sofa over there. Oh yeah.
God, in the hockey years, there's a few of those. We wouldn't even go back to the hotel. It'd be Friday, Saturday night games. I'd go out with the boys. We'd go right to the airport. And you'd see the whole team sleeping there.
Yeah.
Just so you didn't miss a bus or miss anything getting there in the morning because it was on you.
And Jimmy Miller has missed, I would say, 2 or 3 flights in this calendar year for oversleeping. And here's the worst. You ready? No one woke him up. He slept at the airport. His 7 p.m. was canceled. He fell asleep at the gate. And when the flight came, no one woke him up. And he woke up and the airport was empty. And he was
I've done that before. I was so mad.
He was so pissed.
Yeah, I can't believe I wake people up all the time. I mean, worst thing that happens is they yell at you. But I mean, I don't want somebody to miss their flight.
No, I'm with you on that.
I mean, if you're sleeping in front of a gate, obviously you're on the next flight, right?
Yeah. And so no one woke him up, and he was like furious. It was funny last night when we were trying to get RSW. So they basically they shut down
10
a
seconds,
lot
guys.
of things. But while it's quote unquote shut down, the Southwest Airlines flight backs up and
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. If you're just joining us and you missed our first segment with Pat Kirwan, that's why you go to floridasportsnetwork.com and you download what you missed. Brandon Kravitz, by the way, 96.9 The Game in Orlando to join us at the top of the hour. Shaq wants to buy the Magic. I'm all in. I'll contribute to the cause. Pat Kirwan rejoins us here, Moving the Chains, NFL Radio, Sirius XM 88, weekday afternoons. All right. So Garoppolo's getting healthy, and he'll obviously, well, I don't know, obviously, but, maybe the Niners, if they're showcasing him, they'll let him work out even for teams, which I know is a little unusual when you're under contract with a certain organization. But, Pat, let's just assume he's healthy a month from now. This late in the game, or is it not late in the game? I mean, what do you get for Jimmy Garoppolo? Is his value what it was when he was assumed he was healthy 6 months ago?
Well, I'll ask one question. Is he the worst starting quarterback in the National Football League?
No.
No. So he's got value. And then you decide how many teams don't have a guy of his talent as their starting quarterback. So that creates even a deeper value. So I'll just take a wild guess at the number 10. 10 teams think he's better than what we got. So there's the value to him. And injury might take that group of 10 to 15 or 12, if enough guys got hurt. So he's got value, plenty of value. And I think the club, unlike Cleveland, who has the most cap space in the league, so it's hard for them to cry that they don't want to, pay off half of Baker's money. The 49ers need the cap space to continue to pursue players on their roster that are worthy of an extension. So they need to do something there. I think I would never do it, not with that young quarterback who's totally unproven, but it appears like they will do it. And if nobody, let's say I'm wrong on the 10 and there's no one out there that wants to pay 25 to upgrade their position, which I don't know, David, you're our GM. 25 to upgrade your quarterback, that's worth it. Period.
How much of the talk, there's a couple stories out that, Julian Edelman said that he didn't play through pain. How much of that stuff resonates with GMs that they think that, if there's he's been hurt and doesn't like to play with a lot of pain. Is that something you think that's going to hinder teams in this situation from going after Garoppolo?
No, I think Edelman is referencing when he was in New England, of course, and there was, they thought Jimmy was going to be ready to play. I think it was game 2 or 3 of his tenure there as a starter, and he didn't think he could go, and he didn't go, and that's why Brissett went. Right after Brissett went, Brissett was gone, but I think the Patriot players looked at it like, come on, Jimmy, you can play through that. And but now you have the Garoppolo that played through a lot of pain last year and was not 100%. And a lot of people admire him for what he was doing. So if you had the impression that he wasn't going to play injured, Edelman, he erased that in San Francisco. Maybe you guys see it differently, but that's what I think happened.
And Edelman expounded and said, listen, it was Jimmy's last year under contract. And we, kind of thought his agent said to him, hey, listen, don't play damaged. All right. Because you're basically auditioning for other teams here. And Edelman thought that the team, he said, kind of thought that his agent talked him out of starting, but that he did it Sunday morning, as opposed to like on Thursday or Friday. And Edelman said it really put him in a bad spot. They lost 2 games that year, and one of them was that week.
Yep. I remember vividly Patriot people I knew were furious about it. And who am I to say, calm down? And maybe exactly what you said is what happened. But would you also agree that he played less than 100% last year and played through a lot of stuff and just kept going? And I think ultimately that's the version of Jimmy that most clubs are going to look at. They're not going to go back to the Patriot thing. and think, well, that's why we wouldn't go after him. I think last year showed. Heck, he wasn't 100%, and they played him anyway instead of the quarterback who's now going to be the starter.
Which also goes back to, Pat, and I know to some degree we've had this conversation before, but let's just say the Niners get rid of Garoppolo. The Browns get rid of Baker. The Browns are stuck with, we think, Jacoby Brissett, and the Niners have nothing else besides a kid who's played 2 games. I mean, who's out there? Who are you bringing in? I mean, you have to sell it to the room first before your fan base. I mean, both those rosters think they're really good and legitimate Super Bowl contenders. You can't just show up with Trey Lance and no one else and Jacoby Brissett and no one else. They all look at you like, what the hell are we doing?
No, that's why in both cases, if I was the front office executive, we would be getting rid of neither one of them. And people don't realize how fast your team is garbage if your quarterback's down and you don't have anything behind. Look, there's over 100 quarterbacks under contract right now. Think about that statement. Over 100, right? Everyone's got 3 and a bunch of them got 4. Not that the 4th guy's a valuable player, but so you have over 100 under contract, and there's not anyone out there that you would say, and I know people are going to say Colin Kaepernick and all that business, but you really don't have any choices. You've made your bed now, and you got to lay in it because there are no alternatives. Now, at the final cut, there might be a veteran or 2 that get let go, and we know that sometimes the guys, Matt Barkley types and those guys, but no one's believing that they're going to take you to the championship. So it's not a Hollywood movie. It's real life football. And those guys have already proven not to be good enough. So yeah, this is it. And I don't understand how anyone would go into the season anymore without 3 under contract. And I don't even want to waste your time talking about, they got to learn the system. So that's why Garoppolo has some value outside the world. There's a bunch of people coaching this league that run Shanahan's offense. And his value to those guys is twice as much, which does not lead me to Miami because they're just not going to stir this up. They already got their backup player, and if Tua doesn't do the job, then they'll just go to that guy. But I don't know how you go into a season anymore without 3.
Pat, in about 15 seconds, what do NFL teams do in the next 3-4 weeks? Anything? Is this when people take vacations? Is there anything being done?
Yeah, there are. A lot of guys are on vacation. The building's empty. The coaches are gone. They're not answering their phone call. You can hardly get them to call you back. But the pro people should be, not every day, but they should be working out some players and building their emergency list. Because the first day of camp, when that comes, July 27th, 28th, whenever most teams are going to get rolling here, you're going to have injuries right away. And the head coach and the GM are going to be in the pro personnel office going, well, okay, give me the top 4 guards that are still out there. Well, if you don't have all the information you need, and they're free, it's a good time to bring them in. And we used to do it 2 days a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, and at least get a physical on the guy. And in some cases, work him out, especially if age was an issue, and then get ready to sign him. And most agents, without a guy having a job, want to bring the guy in. They're much more receptive to, you want to work my guy out? Sure, yeah, bring him in, because they know the season's coming and they don't have anything. So that's what I would be doing. That's what I used to do. And you might go comb that USFL just in case there's 3 or 4 guys that would make your emergency list.
And
you're not signing anybody, but you're getting ready.
And the USFL championship game is this Sunday. There may be a few NFL scouts at it in Canton. Pat, as always, thanks for your time and your insight. All the best this week, and we'll probably talk to you after the holiday.
Yes. There's a holiday coming up.
Pat Kirwan. Moving the chains weekday afternoons on NFL radio, and he joins us once again courtesy of Pinchers. From Tampa to Key West and a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, because you can't fake fresh.
Golfers, Are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
You build from there, but even if it's just 6 for another year, and then hopefully, if what Cameron was talking about, that whole, boom, boom, boom happens. Oh, now it's a network.
When's the last time we talked to him?
When he told me about, we're going to hold off till next spring. So I even sent him some shit about the new play-by-play guy, and he didn't respond to it. But I will say Jeff Cameron on texting is almost like Daniel Snyder accepting a subpoena.
Bedsy must just be on his phone returning text. He got back to me pretty quickly for having a Stanley Cup. I thought that was pretty nice of him.
Did he? That's awesome. I will say I thought they did right by him. They had the ECHL picture and the AHL picture, and
Yeah.
Nice moment with him and Cooper.
Yes.
The handshake line.
Yes. I didn't watch after I saw that was about it for me. I saw the cup come out, and I'm like, I'm not sitting waiting everybody hold the cup.
I waited to see the first couple guys he passed it to.
Did Jack Johnson get it pretty quickly?
Might have got it first. And then
AJ Hawk's his brother-in-law.
Did not know that.
I didn't either. AJ Hawk was on
What's his face?
McAfee yesterday. Said he was FaceTiming it with his wife who's overseas. Like had to like show her the thing. But they had somebody on McAfee, and I don't know who it was. Shep, whoever does pre and post on maybe NHL radio.
Okay.
He goes, when you hear the injuries, he goes, there's like 5 guys playing on a broken foot right now. And he was talking about the big Russian player for Colorado. Comes in a walking boot for practice.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes out and skates. And he's got on, those bike shorts, a T-shirt, and his skates. And they saw him walking in and people, he's not playing tonight. And whoever he and the other player were watching, because I never got to think, oh, he's going tonight. I'm like, he's going to walk. No, he's going to play. And he made a great. You have to understand that there's no difference between that skate and a walking boot. He was a tennis shoe was a lot harder for us to wear than a skate,
right,
with an ankle or a foot. And I thought that was a good explanation. But I had to laugh. I listened to McAfee for 25 minutes yesterday, and they did 3 segments that we did.
That's always good. He's doing a little better financially than we are.
Only a touch.
Right. Yes, KW, NFL teams, fly them in, put them up. Yeah. What do you want to do here? We never did a poll question, or did we?
Felipe put up one.
What was it?
Is his car a chick wagon?
Oh.
Votes are very close right now.
Huh.
Not to mention you voted for yourself.
Of course.
Yeah, but when Moulton votes no, he's already crushed it. Or votes
You like
yes.
the names I have ordained it?
Well,
You
Bronquisha
probably should have posted a picture.
What?
You probably should have posted a picture.
No, I did. It's the first reply.
Oh, that doesn't really mean much.
Well, I can't post a picture on a poll.
Yeah, you
that's
can't.
the
You
thing.
can't. That's the thing. You
Okay.
can't put a poll. You're right.
Next time, list what the car is. Okay, just you have to imagine that people don't know what the car is and all that. But I like it.
Bianchi's comment was, "Shaq wants to buy the Magic. He wrecked the franchise, so why not let him buy it?"
He wrecked the franchise.
Yeah.
Good. There you go.
The fans wrecked it.
Just telling you what he said. I don't.
Yeah, hey.
I'll just get a bumper sticker of like an orange and a cup.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Final segment of Miller and Moulton in Lake City and surrounding areas, Tampa, St. Pete, Port Charlotte to Venice. We thank you for listening. For those of you in the 239, well, we do that 9 o'clock hour thing. And besides, Brandon Kravitz, 96.9 The Game in Orlando, will join us at the top of the hour. Talk about Shaq yesterday, going on a podcast saying, hey, I know the team's not for sale, but hey, DeVos family, I want to buy the Magic. What do you say? I'm in. Talk about a franchise that... All right, 4 major sports. What do we got? Around 100, close to 130 franchises. Got 32 in the NFL, 32 in hockey. That's 64. And then 30 and 30 in the other two, right? So we're at 124 franchises. Right. Where would you put the Orlando Magic nationally as a franchise right now?
Well, first off, without even just batting an eye, they're in the bottom 24. Without even thinking.
Right.
If we were to rank professional franchises, Orlando would clearly, with Sacramento, if the NBA franchise, I'm just kind of starting there.
New Orleans,
I'd rank ahead of the Magic because they've got a Zion, at least for now.
Okay.
But it's close.
So right now, the only NBA franchise that you think is maybe worse off than Orlando is Sacramento.
But they're worse than every one of the 32 football franchises.
Well, clearly an NFL franchise, just by being in the NFL, you have more value.
But I don't even mean, if we're ranking a Q score, just take the value out of it, of trying to not measure NFL's being worth the most and NHL being worth the least, if you know what I mean, of just their relevance in their community, that the Orlando Magic would be down there, even though they're the only team in the community.
Never mind also their relevance nationally.
Right.
And how people see them. Now, I would think maybe there's a few Major League Baseball franchises that are in the Orlando Magic area code. I mean, come on, the Pirates, the A's, although the A's have been pretty good, but, with the stadium and they're seriously threatening of leaving, By the way, quick tangent about the A's. Did you see the news earlier this week? And by earlier this week, I mean like over the weekend and yesterday. Apparently, the commissioner has said, yeah, we'll waive the relocation fee if you guys want to go to Vegas. That's a pretty big fee. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, a relocation fee. I mean, so much so that the other owners apparently went,
Yeah. Because where does that money go?
And the reason, it goes to the other
Goes to
owners.
the other owners.
And the reason that you have a relocation fee is because what do you do by relocating? You take away a prime expansion market. And the other owners are like, well, that's a ton of money.
And baseball wants to get to 32.
Right.
They all do.
Yeah, baseball's made no secret of this. I mean, Bud Selig, who hasn't been commissioner for like 7 years, he talked about it. And Manfred has been open and said, listen, we got to settle Oakland and Tampa Bay. And then once we do, we're going to 32.
They also have to build another dome out there because they don't have a baseball stadium.
Well, no, they do not. I mean, they've had a nice AAA franchise, but clearly that stadium's not going to do it. They're going to have to do something new. The A's owner has to subsidize most of the stadium. He's agreed to do it. The only thing he hasn't gotten from Vegas, he needs like $250 million and everything around it. And he's going to pay like 4 times that, 800 to $1 billion. He's going to take out of his pocket for the Vegas stadium. But he has said, I need 250 million. He hasn't gotten that approved. And apparently the city of Oakland has a big meeting this week.
And funny, on that note, I saw something too that Sternberg, there's something about the Ybor City, which is one of the spots that's now being ruled out. And this is going on, that he's going back to St. Pete.
But the other reason that this is big is if they're waiving the relocation fee for the A's,
bingo,
then obviously they would have to do the same thing for Sternberg and the Rays. And this brings Nashville, Portland, Charlotte very much into play for the Rays. Quickly. I mean, Nashville's already got their hand up.
So back to the Magic. By the way, and I know they're playing a little bit better, but skip how they're playing right now. The Marlins can't be much. I mean, they're in the same area code as the Magic.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely they are. Absolutely.
Baltimore is too, and I hate saying that.
Although I'll tell you what,
they're starting to play.
Yeah,
I hope the fans come out when they play well. That's the ultimate test.
And they have drafted elite young talent for 3-4 years now, and apparently it's all arriving.
And let's just hope, for their sake, fans start going.
Yes. Now, I will say, I think if the Orioles get good again, they will come back. I mean, they're the longest tenured franchise in that city. The ballpark, especially in that city, people still love. It's only about 30 years old, and I think they will come back.
I hope so.
It's still going to be tough for them to compete in that division. You could do everything right and still struggle. That's why what the Rays have done has been remarkable.
But I would put the Marlins in that class.
I'm not going to disagree with you on that one, but let's not forget that the Marlins have championships.
I understand.
Okay.
But not
their franchise.
But
yes.
the franchise is not relevant in Miami.
No, and they don't make money.
No.
But I mean,
even
but they're
close.
not relevant in their own market.
Sad.
Never mind nationally. I mean, I would argue the Orlando Magic are more relevant in Orlando than the Marlins are in Miami.
I don't think it's
Well, yeah.
close.
Because they're more relevant to the city.
That's
Okay.
what-
Well,
yeah.
but that's part of what we're talking about here.
Yes.
So then the Marlins are below them. I mean, quite frankly, Sacramento's more relevant. I mean, they have no buzz nationally. Sacramento Kings are a punchline. They're it in Sacramento, though. They care a lot. I mean, they play before sellouts every game. Now, the Magic have kind of trumped up sellouts, but we digress. So, yeah, of the 124,
They're bottom 10.
so they're in the bottom, 10% of the big time sports franchises. But look at their value. 1.64 billion is not bottom 10 of 124. Because hell, half the NHL you could get from less than that.
Absolutely.
Now, I mean, I will say the Arizona Coyotes and, couple of other franchises in the NHL we think we would rank.
Arizona's that's the last place franchise. They're 124 to 124.
Well, considering they're playing in a 5,000 seat college arena for the next 3 years, yeah, they're definitely the worst franchise of the 124. There's no question about that. But
in fact, I may take one of the MLS teams before I take the Arizona Coyotes.
But Mike Bianchi, besides being one of the 3 best sports columnists in the state, I mean, he owns the market from a sports radio standpoint, his morning show. And Mike Bianchi sent something out this morning, which, I mean, you and I, who are pretty snarky at times, we can appreciate the snarkiness.
Right. The station he works for tweeted out, Shaq wants to buy the Orlando Magic. He retweeted it by saying, hey, he wrecked the franchise, so why not let him buy it?
Now, first off, he left 25 years ago. So you're blaming all 25 years on him? Number one. Number two, I mean, history's pretty clear. He said, hey, pay me top dollar. I mean, think about it. In modern day, a Shaq, 4 years into his career, by the way, a Shaq, if he said, hey, I want max money, I mean, would it take 34 seconds to do that deal? I mean, New Orleans is offering Zion a max deal. The guy hasn't played 60% of his games in the 3 years he's been there. And they're like, well, the max offer's on the table for Zion. I mean, honestly, this wouldn't even be an issue nowadays. Orlando didn't want to pay him.
Nope.
And the local paper ran a poll. Should the Magic pay Shaq? 80% said no.
That damn poll.
Well, don't mock it. It's why he left.
Well, the city of Orlando, full of idiots.
Well, yeah.
His 30 year.
But Mike Bianchi's been there the whole time. And 25 years later, Mike Bianchi blames Shaq. Once again, local versus non-local. We not from Orlando.
Right.
I mean, you weren't alive, but the two of us, not from Orlando, have never lived in Orlando or worked in Orlando. We look at this and go, well, the Magic were idiots. Mike Bianchi, the voice of Orlando, blames Shaq. Don't know how you could sit there and blame Shaq, be honest with you.
He won a scoring title his 3rd year in the league with the Magic.
Took him to the finals, for goodness sakes. Took him to the finals his 3rd year.
But the narrative in Orlando, at least from Mike Bianchi, is that
Right.
Shaq forced his way out.
Right.
His numbers in Orlando are 27 points, 12
It
rebounds.
doesn't, honestly,
and almost 3
the numbers
blocks.
are irrelevant. Numbers are irrelevant.
No, but how do you not pay that is what I'm saying.
All right. He was in the league an hour and a half. They put him on the top 50 team of all time. All right. Listen, I saw a documentary just last night that said Shaq was the most physically imposing, dominant player since Wilt Chamberlain. All right. And the Orlando Magic were like, I don't know. You think he's worth it? Seriously? You're blaming Shaq? Yeah, I think he felt a little underappreciated. Took him to the finals. Took him to another Eastern Conference final where, the only team that beat him was the 96 Bulls. 72-10.
His Orlando Magic team was the last team to beat Michael Jordan in a playoff series.
Right.
Think about that.
Correct. I don't know if he should pay him. Seriously. And it's his fault. And the voice of Orlando says
it's his fault.
It's his fault.
So we need to be on the rival station saying,
Oh, my
let
goodness.
Shaq buy him.
Oh, my. It would be, yes.
I'm all in for it.
Yeah. We'd be getting petitions, honestly, whatever it took. Be standing out in front of the arena with signs, us and 3 others. Sure. Absolutely.
3 others.
you ever do anything crazy like that? I did a overnight on a billboard
No.
in Fargo. Hello.
Well, I did local radio,
Right.
one other market. And it was, it was kind of a news talk, sports talk before they jumped all into sports.
Gotcha.
And so, no, there was no zaniness going on.
I just didn't know, you were involved with teams in 3 different markets. And so, you guys do promotions and you were heavily involved in
It's
that.
the mascot's job. It wasn't mine.
Shaq can take up like a Jackie Moon role. Think he can give you 5 minutes?
No.
Few rebounds?
I think it would bring life to that franchise.
And that franchise lacks life right now.
Yeah, it really does. And you and I have always thought, because at the very beginning of modern day free agency, remember, they got Grant Hill. He left Detroit and they were this close to getting Duncan away from San Antonio.
Always a bad look when they were signing him and he's coming off the airplane on crutches.
Yeah, not a good sign.
It was just never a good sign.
No, it was a foreshadowing. Mhm.
You know what also is not a good sign is when Felipe takes it upon himself to put a poll question up.
What?
I have dubbed his vehicle I called it it's a great car for a girl. My buddy texted me yesterday who actually got one as a loaner and said Felipe's car is a total chick wagon. So that is the poll question we ask. And right now it is eerily close. Right now, 47% say that it is. 53% say that it is not. Go to that Mark Miller, FL Sports Network. And at some point,
I did.
Oh, you retweeted it as well?
I answered it. I said it's not a chick wagon, by the way. Close, but no was my vote. That's what I said. Close, but no.
The public's still out there to speak. That David Moulton, the Mark Miller, FL Sports Network on Twitter or floridasportsnetwork.com.
I can't believe you called your own FJ because you used to drive an FJ Cruiser.
Yeah, and it was a chick car.
That's not true.
That's not 100%. I realized it 6 months into the car. I'm like, holy cow, I'm driving a chick car.
Okay. Is a Jeep Wrangler a chick car?
No, but women look much better in a Jeep than a guy does.
Well, I can agree with that. But the FJ Cruiser was Toyota's Wrangler.
The FJ Cruiser is a chick car. And I drove one. I fully admit it. Be strong, Felipe.
Dirty.
I will also say the color of the vehicle can influence it. Like yours is what? White, off-white?
Like a light gray.
Yeah.
It's very soccer momish.
I tell you what, though, at least it's not, lime green, pink.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Dandy, do not underestimate the power of a minivan. Minivans are elite.
Non-Power 5 surprise teams for the year, and his roulette chip is the long shot. UCF thinks they're going to be good this year.
26 votes. It's 50-50.
Florida, the number 2 most improved team.
Dandy, my buddy Nick, he had a 2004 Kia Sedona that we just stripped all of the seats out of and basically used the entire back as a bed, essentially. That thing was elite. Talking about how powerful minivans are.
Ugly Bag Award, I agree. It's approaching the range, but I think it's just outside it.
Dandy, and with the third row seats, we actually inverted them, kind of like how in a golf cart where the back seats are inverted, and they were like facing the back windshield. So we had a middle bed.
Did you see that since Arch committed to Texas, they've had 7 players commit for the class of 2023?
Right. Yeah. Dandy. Ooh, white tires. That's classy.
I'm just Felipe should just stay off of Twitter or Twitch right now. He's getting a lot of abuse.
Wait, where?
Well, they've basically said 50-50 means it's a chick car. Asking if you're getting spinners. I mean,
It's a cool car. It's got some spunk too.
I tell you what, when I see one of those moms come up and pull in with that thing and all the kids get out at soccer practice this fall, I'll be thinking the same thing.
Be taking a picture.
Stop everything you're doing. Capture that moment.
I'm expecting to see. I'm expecting to see a few of those in the soccer parking lot this year, driven by moms.
That's great. It's a good car for everyone. Not a chick car. Miata's a chick car.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour. Miller and Moulton, thanks so much for being with us here on the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Miss any part of the show earlier? Well, you go to floridasportsnetwork.com. Download our podcasts. You know how it works. And Felipe usually does a pretty good job of loading the podcasts after every hour. That's when, he's not coming up with poll questions where, his car is involved and, answering the abuse he's getting on Twitter and in the Twitch chat room and all that.
He is morphing into the quintessential radio producer, where it's really not about the show, it's about him.
Now, I will say, I don't think that's how it works with all the other shows.
Just ours?
Right. Brandon Kravitz is kind enough to join us once again. 96.9 The Game in Orlando. Follow him on Twitter at Brandon Kravitz, Kravitz. Brandon, it's David and Mark once again. Thanks for your time. How are you?
I'm doing well. It's an exciting time. I'm actually driving by the Amway Center right now as we speak, so I feel like that's sort of serendipitous.
Well, what are your thoughts when you hear Shaq saying, I want to buy the Magic? Is that something that would be met positively in that market?
Yes, very positively in the market. I think the DeVosses have been sort of detached from the community. They do great work in terms of charity and things like that. They've been fine owners, but I think that because of the misery the franchise has been under over the last decade, and the fact that Rich DeVos, who was was sort of the father of the operation, it passed away in 2018. I don't think many Magic fans can really point to who the figurehead is in terms of ownership. So when you compare that to Shaquille O'Neal and the love that he still has in this city, and we're far removed from him leaving for LA. So there's a lot of fondness for Shaq. And Dennis Scott was part of that conversation too. He's a fan favorite as well. That's something that fans, of course, they get excited about. And I don't mean to be the wet blanket. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's definitely something that fans would be excited about.
Okay, so was Mike Bianchi just being snarky, which, hey, Mike's really good, all right, as a writer, as a sports talk show host, and occasionally being snarky. But when he said, hey, Shaq ruined the franchise, he might as well buy it and help save it. I mean, is there any sentiment 25 years later that Shaq was to blame for the breakup?
Oh, yeah, no. I think there's a lot of people that blame Shaquille O'Neal. What's happened over the years is originally that was the sentiment. People hated Shaq after he left, thought that he was greedy, he was star chasing, and in LA, just to attract all those types of stars over history. So there was a lot of frustration and resentfulness there. I think since then, you had the 30 for 30 that came out about the wonderful years with Shaq and Penny, and a lot of conversations in this town about what really transpired. It felt like the Magic didn't really handle the situation properly. They should have just handed him whatever money he wanted. He was worth it. And I think they tried to nickel and dime him a little bit. And so some of the blame has gone back onto the franchise over the years. So between that and just the time between then and now, we're talking about, was that like 25 years ago? There are some Magic fans that never even watched Shaq in pinstripes. So I just think that time heals all wounds, and Shaq's such a lovable character on TV, on TNT. So, everybody loves him, but us having any connection whatsoever, that 32 jersey in Orlando still means something.
I know they're the, and Orlando City Soccer's there as well, but they're the franchise. They're the team in Orlando.
Yeah.
what's their Q rating right now? They've been bad for a long time. The last time I was in Orlando, it was right before the end of the regular season, and the local TV guy happened to be up early watching the news, and local TV guy, and I don't remember which one it was, says, well, thank goodness there's only one home game left. And I'm like, wow. That, I mean, it just seems that, and when a team's bad, it's easy to be negative, but is there positive thoughts about the Magic in Orlando right now, or are they just, well, they're ours and we're stuck with them?
I think there's like a lot of things in this country. There are two pockets of Magic fans in this city. There are those that are now years and years removed from success, that don't pay close enough attention to see that the tide could be turning. And so they just kind of look at what's going on as typical Magic franchise, can't get out of their own way. There's no plan for the future, and there's a lot of pessimism. But I do think that there's been this groundswell over the last couple of seasons of fans at a grassroots level that are really excited about this rebuild. You know, you had the playoff years with Vucevic and Aaron Gordon and Evan Fournier, and that had some people re-engage. But I think when you started to see there was that division of those that are just going to remain pessimistic until things really turn around versus those that are optimistic because they see that, okay, now we have people in charge in this city for this franchise that kind of know what they're doing. John Hammond and Jeff Weltman have been successful with teams like Toronto and Milwaukee, and some of the moves that they've made have brought in young, exciting players. And so I do think that there's excitement. It just depends on what level of basketball fan you're talking to. You know, to put it more simply, I think for those that are hoop heads, they are jacked up about what's going on with this franchise because you've got a bunch of young talent. But for those that are more casual basketball fans, all they see is the misery of the last 10 years.
Brandon Kravitz, 96.9 The Game in Orlando. Follow him on Twitter at Brandon Kravitz, Kravitz. How are they at the box office? You know, people going? Can you get a ticket anytime, any game? I mean, you know, we have commented over the years, Brandon, it was, you know, not that long ago, 3 years ago, until Tom Brady chose the Bucks. The Bucks had gone 3, 4, 5 years where basically the community was like, you know, we're not crazy about ownership. We're not crazy about the direction of the team. We're not going to give them our money. We'll watch them on TV, but we're not going to give them any of our money. What's the fan reaction in Orlando? They still spending money on the Magic?
So I actually went back and looked at those numbers just last week of what the overall attendance figures were. And for the first time in a while, the Magic were at the bottom end of the NBA. Even through some of their rough patches dating back to post-Dwight days, they were still middle of the pack in the NBA in terms of attendance. Now, a lot of that has to do with tourism. The Amway Center and the Magic Brass do a really good job of shuttling people in from the Disney area, big groups that come in for reasons of just experiencing Orlando, and they get them to the Amway Center, and I think that helps boost attendance. They do some really good promotions. And so they have ways of getting people to the building. So they've actually been, for what they are in the standings, they've been actually producing pretty well at the box office. That is up until last season where they were, I think, like 26th or 28th. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head in attendance in the NBA, which is putrid. 2021, they were actually second, but that has a lot more to do with the fact that our were much looser than other states. And so they actually drew well compared to the rest of the league, but that you kind of have to throw that statistic out of the window because of COVID. And then 2020, of course, there was the bubble. So I do think that finally you're experiencing a drop-off. I'm curious to see what Paolo does to bring people back to the building, though.
Who's more popular in Orlando, UCF football or Orlando Magic basketball?
Say that one more time.
Who's more popular, UCF football or Magic basketball?
That's a great question. I might have to use that one today. It's
good
so
poll question. Glad I got you a poll question. I'm glad at least we got something out of this interview for you, Brandon.
Yeah. You guys are doing show prep for me today. I appreciate that. The answer is the Magic, because I think you have to compare. I'm going to answer it this way. If both teams are doing well and there's some excitement around the UCF program and the Magic franchise, the Magic are bigger. But over the last few years, I mean, the answer is UCF. So, but a lot that's just success driven. Even just looking at this past year, like the Magic were not good, but they were in a position to land a top pick. So there was a lot of interest in that. UCF dropped off, and if it wasn't for the win against Florida in the Gasparilla Bowl, fan interest in UCF this year kind of dwindled. The reason it's so hard to answer is because I think back to that 2017-2018 run where UCF was going undefeated in the regular season, and all you had to do was talk about UCF to get people to light up in this city. But I've seen what this town looks like when the Magic are good, and nothing touches that in this city. If the Magic are on top, you really can't top that in Orlando.
All right, Brandon, 30 seconds. Mo Bamba, they going to re-sign him, or since Paulo's taken his number, is that a sign?
Yeah, I definitely think that's a sign. I mean, when you give just automatically one day later give a newcomer an already existing player's jersey number, it probably means he's not long for the Magic. I just don't know how it's going to go down. Isn't a team going to come in? He's going to enter restricted free agency most likely, and I'm not is for him. So I think teams will be interested, but will they be interested to the point where the Magic feel like they can't match it? I don't think Orlando wants to part ways with Mo Bamba, but I think that they're willing to. They're not going to overpay for him because he just hasn't produced what a top 10 pick should produce from 2018 to now.
Well, Brandon, you have produced like a top 10 pick for us today, and we appreciate it. Have a great show, and hopefully we can do this again maybe on the eve of the UCF season.
That would be great. I appreciate the free content, guys.
Brandon Kravitz, 96.9 The Game in Orlando. Follow him on Twitter at Brandon Kravitz, Kravitz. Brandon, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. Got a nice update there. See, this is when, if you're Shaq, timing's everything. You know, now that attendance has dropped down to the bottom 5 in the league, you know, it's the fan base saying, hey, we're tired of this. Even if you are the only game in town.
Problem is, I'm with Brandon. There's no indications that the DeVosses are interested in selling. And I don't know if enough pressure could be put on from within to even get them to that point.
Well, I mean, $2 billion could change anybody's mind, right?
It's always talked, that money stuff, David. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa Filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the Chicken Bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts, or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. FLGolfCarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, FLGolfCarts.com. FLGolfCarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
$50-50, Felipe.
After 30. Oh my God, this is crazy. This might be the closest one.
Yeah, but if it's close, it's a loss. I mean, if you win this 51-49, is it really a win? That 49% of the men that listen to our show think your car's a chick wagon?
No. If it's a tie, it's in everyone's car.
Huh. Interesting.
If it's a tie, it's unisex.
I disagree with that whole premise. I literally think you need like a Senate type vote, that you need 67% here. You need a 2/3 majority.
We have a reply. Chick wagon, borderline. Sweet ass car, no doubt.
Well, I got a comment here on Facebook here that I will read as we begin the next segment.
Okay.
I think the big question is, can Felipe reach filibuster proof? Can he get to 60?
Right.
Filibuster is my nickname.
Need your help on this one too, David. 77, Billy Hunter becomes the Rangers' 4th manager in 6 days. Are you aware of that story? I just thought that might be a good one for you, that you might have known who the other ones were.
I'm guessing one of them was Frank Lucchese, but I don't know. I have to look it up.
I just thought we had next segment, but I just, every once in a while I see some of these stories and I'm like, this is a. By the way, Felipe, in 92, the Dream Team beat Cuba in the first expansion game.
Oh, God.
Your final score, 133-57.
I don't know who the hell Angola is, but Angola in trouble.
That's right, Chuck.
The fact that they chose Leitner when they could have had Shaq on that team, that's ridiculous. I mean, obviously at the time it was the better move.
No, it wasn't.
I mean, they had Robinson and Ewing. You know, they didn't need another Goliath per se. But if they had Shaq,
They didn't need a Leitner either.
screw Christian Leitner. And screw Duke. Can't believe I rooted for them.
Why screw Duke?
That was the only time I ever rooted for Duke ever in my entire life.
No, Mello. Billy Martin was with the Yankees remember, took them to the World Series in 76, won the World Series in 77, got fired midway through 78.
Well, logic, man. That just goes to prove how good the Dream Team was.
Well, you're right. It went Frank
Lucchese. He was the one who got fired. Yeah, I looked it up here.
Eddie Stankney, Connie Ryan, and then Billy Hunter got the job.
Okay, Eddie Stanky did 1 game. Connie Ryan did 6, but here's the funny thing. They replaced Connie Ryan with a game left in the 77 season. And so Billy Hunter manages the final game of 77.
Well, wait a minute. If he got the job today in 77 is what I've got.
Oh no, I'm sorry. They fired Billy Hunter, I think, with a game to go in 78 and hired Pat Corrales.
Hey, Coco Gauff lost the first set.
Yeah, and she's just come back. She finally got a break. She got two, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, she got broken.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us on this final Tuesday of June. Miller and Moulton, the Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Final thoughts. All coming up in roughly 20 minutes' time. Miss any part of the show, download it, floridasportsnetwork.com. It's also where you can go to vote in our poll question, which for those that are taking the time to partake in it, a very spirited conversation that's going on with Felipe's poll question. He came up with it and he posted it without even telling us.
Yes, I have teased him, and I like Felipe's car, but I think the Bronco Sport is a little bit of a chick car. And I say that as someone who drove a Toyota FJ Cruiser, which is undoubtedly a chick car. And yesterday, a good friend of mine had to take his car into the shop. And for a loaner, they gave him a Bronco Sport. And out of nowhere, he sends me a text. Look what I just got as a loaner. This is a total chick car. Chick wagon, he called it. But we've been voting on it. It's 50-50 all day long. Longtime friend of mine. Known him since, middle school. Listens to the show via Facebook. Jim Baird. And Sonny put up on Facebook moments ago, Mark, my girlfriend's 16-year-old niece wants a Bronco Sport. Game, set, match. Thanks, Sonny.
Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, floridasportsnetwork.com, and vote on Felipe's car and what category does it fall in.
But that just goes back to what you said about how women look better in Wranglers.
Are we talking jeans or cars?
Hello.
Oh.
If they're wearing Wranglers in a Wrangler,
Well,
Katie bar the door.
game, set, match right there.
I'm still denying that the FJ Cruiser is a chick car. That's
No.
not true.
All right. That's fine. I appreciate you, dying on your sword there. That's nothing wrong with that. Miller and Moulton. Quick recap of everything that's gone on. First off, Coco Gauff in a bit of trouble at Wimbledon. Now, she's finally up a break in the second set, but she lost the first set 6-2 and was down an early break in the second set and was then facing break points at 2-all in the second. So maybe Coco is going to be able to see a third set here.
Well, and she got a little ticked off, and she's rallied since then and is up 5-2 in the second set. So it looks as if she will get it to a third set, but she was in trouble early. There is no doubt.
Coco Gauff, the 11th seed, a finalist at the French, and made her breakthrough at Wimbledon 3 years ago at 15, making it all the way to the second week. She is scheduled, if she can make it to the second week in the fourth round right now, she would be Serena's opponent if Serena could get there. And Serena's playing at noon. At least that's when she was scheduled to. I mean, schedule can get backed up and all that. But Serena's scheduled to play at noon today. She literally hasn't played since last year's Wimbledon, at least in a singles match. She played a little doubles in a tune-up event on grass last week. Played a couple matches.
So Serena today, that's worth watching if you have the opportunity to see what could be her last run here at Wimbledon.
Couple of things to throw out there. First off, 12 Mariners and Angels got suspended in the brawl. Angels manager got 10 games. That's a long suspension in Major League Baseball. I mean, that's Major League Baseball concluding you ordered
Yes.
the pitcher to hit Jesse Winker. but they gave Winker 7 games, I believe it was. A couple other guys got 5 games, including Anthony Rendon, who's on the injured list. So he must serve the 5 games once he comes back. He was not supposed to return this year. I mean, we joked about it yesterday that he was going to get suspended. And are you going to have to activate him with however many games are left in the schedule this year so that he can serve his suspension in a cast while sitting in the dugout so that he's not sitting out the first 5 games of next year?
So you'd have to put him on the active 40-man roster, then have him suspended.
Well, he's on the 40-man, but then you would have to activate him. Which, does that mean you play all of September a player short? Because once you activate Rendon, you've got to move somebody off of, So be interesting to see.
And how
what
would
the
Major
Angels
League
do.
Baseball deal with that? If they're really going to activate somebody would they call them out on it? I don't know.
I don't see how they can. No offense. I mean, we don't have to play the guy.
Right.
I mean, pitchers get suspended for 5 games all the time, and it means 1 start. So, and they move it around so that the guy basically doesn't miss a start. So that went down yesterday. Also, one other note, very few franchises are as cheap as the Cleveland Guardians. I mean, before they re-signed Ramirez there, they had a payroll below $40 million. Well, they're getting a new owner. It's not happening right away, but David Blitzer, who's co-owner of the Devils, the Sixers, and a couple of soccer clubs, including, Real Salt Lake City. He's bought into the Guardians, and it's part of the deal, kind of like when A-Rod and his business partner bought into the T-Wolves. They bought in as minority owners, but within 2.5 years, they become owners of the T-Wolves. Well, it's the same thing that Blitzer did here. And he said, hey, I got some money. We're going to spend a little money. I realize we have
good. You're not in the East like you were for most of eternity when you had to deal with the Yankees and couldn't beat them. Now you're in a division that every year you should be able to contend with.
Yes.
Every damn year.
So, for the Cleveland sports fan out there,
I'd be happy.
Since your football team's apparently going to be an absolute train wreck this year. Man, I feel badly for them.
Because they're not going to, they shouldn't even be close to a train wreck. That's a good, it's a really good roster. It's a top 10 defense in the league.
They totally panicked over 1 bad year. Totally freaked out and panicked. And now it looks like, Deshaun Watson's meeting with the NFL today. And if reports are to be believed, the NFL is now leaning on being tougher on them than lenient on them. And they're leaning more towards a Trevor Bauer type of punishment than they were. Remember when the NFL changes their mind? Ray Rice got 2 games. Video came out. Ray Rice got 10.
And you hear more and more people talking about the indefinite suspended list and the fact that this case is going to carry on through 2023.
Yeah, right now, the 4 civil cases that were not settled are on the docket for early 2023. Well, if you're the NFL and you're going to suspend him for 20 settled cases in which, a few bits and pieces have come out, but now NDAs are in effect. Busby and those 20 women cannot talk about any of the details in those 20 civil suits. They've been settled. Non-disclosure agreements are in place. So then let's just say there's a trial in early 2023 and really messy, disturbing stories emerge. Do you think the NFL is going to go, nah, we've already suspended them. That's it. This league reacts to PR, whether they should or not, it's a whole different story, but they do it.
It's kind of crazy that we've talked about this before, I think, how Calvin Ridley's suspension was more offensive to the NFL than
the integrity of the game.
Someone.
Yeah, that's the number one thing. It's the only thing that can bring down a league.
That's what brings down the shield. It's not even, it's just matter of fact. That's just the way that it is.
Yeah, you can't be betting. If you're an NFL player, you can't be betting.
Oh yeah, but
Well, no, there's no but. You cannot be betting.
no, I'm saying socking a woman.
Yeah, but
I-
there's
But that does not take down a league. That takes down a player, which
True,
may
yeah.
take down a franchise, but that does not take down a league. Miller and Moulton. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when? All coming up.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made to order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost clubhead speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Auto Parts, Napa filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
All right, let's do this.
Thanks for listening. And now, more of Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes until we're out of here. Miller and Moulton, Florida Sports Network, floridasportsnetwork.com. It's where you go, download the show, miss any of the show. It's where our podcasts are. It's also where our poll question is, floridasportsnetwork.com.
Felipe should be getting nervous. The yeses are coming in.
Uh-oh. Is he trailing?
Oh, yeah.
Uh-oh. It's Felipe's poll question. It's about his car.
And whether or not it's a chick wagon, right now, 53% of you say that it is.
There's a picture of the car on the very first response.
And I like your car, Felipe. I truly do. And I understand why you got that one versus the really expensive Bronco. If you could have afforded the really expensive Bronco, you would have got the really expensive Bronco. And maybe when things perk up and you're working, doing that heat pre and post game show, you can trade this Bronco in for the new one.
Or just get a souped up minivan. Minivans are cool.
Well, you're on that path right now.
Time now for...
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
The thing of it is now, since you wrote this new open, every time I see something that has to do with the royal family, I feel like I have to put it in this segment.
And with good reason.
Today in 1776, the final draft of the Declaration of Independence is submitted to the Continental Congress. Seems to be a pretty good document.
It's held up pretty well.
1870, the U.S. Congress creates federal holidays. There were only 4 to start: New Year's Day, Independence Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day. It would be 24 years later that Labor Day would be established as a holiday for U.S. federal employees. 1907, Branch Rickey gives up 13 stolen bases in a game. It's a record. Better executive than catcher.
No doubt.
1914, today's when it went down, David. The assassination of Franz Ferdinand, that would set off a lot of events that would lead to World War I.
The war to end all wars. So it was billed. Whoever did that was wrong.
1919, Carl Mays. He was a pitcher for the Boston Red Sox, and he completed pitching both games of a doubleheader.
Wow.
Won the first game 2-0, lost the second 4-1. 1957, the Cincinnati Reds fans stuffed the ballot box, electing 8 Reds as all-star starters. The commissioner would overturn it and name Stan Musial, Willie Mays, and Hank Aaron to the team.
Yeah, I think Reds fans got a little carried away there.
Today in 71, the Supreme Court overturned the draft evasion conviction of Muhammad Ali, 8-0. 1974, Paul McCartney and Wings released Band on the Run. 1975, at the Western Open, Lee Trevino struck by lightning.
Is that the first time or the second? I think it was the first.
I think it was the first, because playing partners were all struck as well, including Bobby Nichols and Tony Jacklin. 1977, Billy Hunter becomes the Texas Rangers' 4th manager in 6 days.
So they fired Frank Lucchese midway through the 1977 season. Eddie Stanky, fills in the day he was fired. They win that day. Then they hire Connie Ryan. Then all of a sudden, after 6 games, Connie Ryan, for health reasons, says, I can't finish the season. So they hire Billy Hunter. Here's the funny thing. Hunter finishes 77 and manages all but the final game of 78. They fired him, and he doesn't manage the final game of the season. That's strange.
Today in 1982, David, Chuck, and Di named their baby William.
He's 40?
Not his birth. I mean, he was
that
born
when
a couple
they
days ago.
Gotcha.
They named him, but yes.
All right. He looks, I have to admit,
He does.
doesn't look that good for 40. I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, you lose that much hair that quickly. I
Well.
think it affects you.
There's stuff for that now. You'd think he could afford it. 87, Rick Rhoden plunks Don Baylor. It would be the 244th time that Baylor would be hit by a pitch to set a Major League Baseball record.
Stood right on top of the plate. I mean, literally his wrists holding the bat would be on the inside corner of the plate. You had to pitch him inside. He got hit a lot.
92, the Dream Team takes on Cuba in the first exhibition basketball game. Your final score, 133-57. 94, the Florida Panthers select Ed Jovanovski with the first pick of the draft. JovoCop, pretty good defenseman.
Yeah, he really was. Don't know if he lived up to
First overall.
but he was a solid player.
You're right, because first overall,
Right.
you expect
Thinking
Hall
great
of Fame.
things, right.
2000, Kenyon Martin, first pick of the Nets. 2007, Biggio becomes the 27th member of the 3,000 Hit Club. Went 5 for 5 that day against the Rockies.
Did it at home, though, I believe. So that's always good.
07, Greg Oden selected by the Trailblazers.
KD went second by the Sonics. I think it was their last first-round pick.
2012, Anthony Davis picked by the Pelicans. Those born today that are no longer with us, Henry VIII.
We sure about that?
That's the date they gave us, 1491. I mean, he was king by 18 and served for nearly 40 years.
Had a good run.
Whew, and then some. John Wesley and the late Gilda Radner, all born today. Those that are still with us, Mel Brooks is celebrating his 96th birthday today. Kathy Bates is 74. The aforementioned Don Baylor is 73. John Elway is 62. Jeff Malone is 61. John Cusack, 56. Bobby Hurley and Elon Musk are both 51. Marvin Jones is 50. And Bradley Beal is 29. And that, David, was the day when for this June the 28th.
Now, you're saying Felipe the Sonics had one more first-round pick before they moved?
Yeah, it was technically Westbrook because at draft night he had a Sonics hat on, but his first season was with the Thunder.
And I was inactive. Don Baylor passed away 4 years ago, and for whatever reason, it didn't.
Right.
I'm usually good because there's usually a date.
Right.
They missed that one.
Yeah, they did. So Don
That's
Baylor
on me.
Don Baylor would have been in the first list instead of the second.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good, we go across the pond, where a 90-year-old woman who left Italy as a young girl, inherited a painting from her father. She'd had it for over 30 years. And her family had to sell the house. She had some health issues. And it turned out the painting above her bed was a 16th century Renaissance painting. And the family had been really running out of money to take care of her. Now, everything taken care of. So sad for her bad health. Happy they had something to take care of everything. For the bad, we go to Wendy's in Miami-Dade County, David.
Uh-oh.
Where man gets out of his car, walking into Wendy's. Someone walks up to him, says, "Can you buy me some chicken nuggets?" Guy says, "No, I got enough money for myself."
Right.
Walks out of the Wendy's, and the guy pulls a gun on him and says, "Give me your gold chain and your car key." Fortunately, the man wasn't hurt, and John Taylor was arrested shortly thereafter after he crashed the dude's car.
Is there any time to negotiate there? You could say, "Hey, how about if I get you those nuggets instead?"
Right.
You ever heard the Lou Will story? Lou Williams, the basketball player, he was about to be robbed at gunpoint, but then offered the guy who's going to rob him, McDonald's, and they sat and talked about life.
Should have got him the nuggets, apparently.
Yeah, it's a good negotiation right there. I mean, do you just take your bag of food and go, "Here, how about this?"
Yes. Finally, the ugly. We go to Vermont, where state police were arresting Brandon Tallman, 24-year-old. That's when mom jumped in and started hitting the officers. Amy. Now, the two police officers are trying to get Brandon and Amy corralled when Dad, Wayne, comes at them with some heavy equipment. And by heavy equipment, I mean an excavator. You can see the video of him swinging the giant shovel at the officer. Mom, Dad, and son all arrested. Have a nice day. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 28th, 2022.
Full slate of Major League Baseball. In fact, the Twins and Guardians will play 2. They'll do the day-night doubleheader, Mark. Little 1 o'clock, 7 o'clock action. Rays, after the day off yesterday, home for the Brewers. That's a nice little series. Woodruff pitching for Milwaukee. Nice series. TBS tonight, 7 o'clock. Mets, Astros. Couple of division leaders right there. Braves and Phillies in Philadelphia. You know, the Phillies have Bryce Harper got hit over the weekend with a pitch, broke the thumb on his left hand.
Right.
He's going to miss a lot of time. They're in third place in the division. And if you were being objective, they're the third best team in the division. You know, like last year at this time, the Mets were in first, the Braves were in third, and a lot of people in the division were like, I still think the Braves are the best team. And Atlanta thought that too, went out, made a bunch of moves at the deadline, and we all know what happened. So if you're the Phillies right now.
Well, and Harper was playing with an injury anyhow.
Well, he needs Tommy John surgery on his right throwing elbow. He hasn't played the field since the second week of the season. So he's been a DH. He's going to have the elbow fixed for him to play the outfield next year. Now, pitchers need much longer to come back from Tommy John than a position player does. But if you're the Phillies, I mean, Harper's going to miss a minimum of 2 months here with the thumb. Minimum. Could miss 3. I mean, you only may get him back for 25 to 45 games. And then you're going to have to fix his elbow, on which he's probably not going to be ready for the start of next year. I mean, if you're the Phillies, if you have him have elbow surgery now, you are basically saying we're not going to the playoffs.
And boy, that's a tough move to tell the clubhouse.
Yes.
We do not trust you enough without him to get this job done over the next couple of months.
But be realistic. I mean,
No,
he's your best player. I mean, if you could go with any team in the league. I mean, if Aaron Judge and the Yankees were in the same spot, put them third place in the AL East, where third place is not a playoff team. That's where the Phillies are right now. The Phillies record is the 8th best in the National League. Well, without Bryce Harper, do you think they're going to gain ground? they're going to pass the Giants, which they could. I think they're like a game behind them. But then they're going to have to pass one of the second place teams without Bryce Harper. I mean, could they do it? Sure. The odds of them doing it, not good. And I would think series like this against Atlanta, a team ahead of you in the standings, they come to you. If you can win that series, you kind of look around and go, oh, well, keep on keeping on. But if Atlanta comes in and wins the series, you fall further back in third place. You know, at what point do you go, you know, we probably should wave the white flag?
I don't know. When is that date? Because I would go backwards first, and I don't know what the answer to this is, and you may. What is my time with the Tommy John surgery for Harper? What is the rehab time? And back it out. When's the last date I can possibly make this decision where maybe I only lose him for the first month of next year?
Well, in theory, you know, you could get healthy from the thumb and play them and see where you are. And then the minute you decide we're done, you know, the other thing is, why don't you just rehab the thumb? You could make the decision during the next 8 to 10 weeks in which you go, you know what, we're out of it. While you're at it, have the elbow surgery. Don't know what to tell you. We're out of it. I'm with you. See, because here's the other thing about the Phillies. They've got two really good starting pitchers. If they were to get in even as a 6 seed, you know, they could go Wheeler and Nola, and they could win a best of 3 and get to an LCS. And goodness knows they've got the bats. I mean,
and their bats are starting to come around a little bit.
You know, I don't think the Phillies are the type of team that could win 3 or 4 playoff series, but they could win 1 and maybe 2. And remember, this team hasn't made the playoffs in a decade. I mean, they haven't made it since Charlie Manuel and that whole group had that run there from 2007 through 2011. So can you just surrender another season?
And I don't think you can.
I don't think you can yet, but you're endangering the start of next year by keeping the faith, so to speak, on this year. So
it's definitely worth watching.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, you know, decisions that organizations have to make. And yeah, the signal would be a bad one. I mean, you're trying not to make this decision before August 2nd's the trade deadline in Major League Baseball this year.
Deshaun Watson is sitting down with the league's discipline folks today. In fact, right now. That'll take its course, and we'll figure out probably before training camp what that suspension is. But at least the trial for Deshaun Watson at the league offices is underway as we speak.
And Serena Williams is scheduled to play her first-round Wimbledon match in 2 hours. The top seed Swiatek was a straight-set winner minutes ago, and that's, you know, like 36, 37 straight matches, something that, you know, it's as good a stretch as Serena ever had in her career. So pretty impressive.
Really impressive. And I think it might even be a couple more than that now. I thought she got to 37 with her last one. That might have been 38 today. So astonishing stuff going on the women's side, but it only matters if Serena keeps rolling. Miller and Moulton, we thank you so much for listening. Seth Everett on the show tomorrow on the Florida Sports Network.
Bring your big mouth to John Smith Subs and indulge in their overstuffed subs with the freshest quality ingredients. Enjoy our famous steak bomb with perfectly grilled marinated sirloin steak topped with provolone cheese, grilled onions, peppers, mushrooms, crispy bacon, juicy tomatoes, and creamy mayo. Boom! Made-to-order crispy fries can be paired with the Gator, the Cuban, the chicken bomb, or the Italian. Love local. Eat delicious with John Smith Subs. Find a John Smith Subs location near you today.
Mark Miller for SWFL Golf Carts or online, flgolfcarts.com. If you're looking for a golf cart, an e-bike, or an e-motorcycle, go visit Alex and the gang at SWFL Golf Carts. flgolfcarts.com online. Check out their whole inventory. If you're looking for a custom cart, they can take care of you. 2-seater, 4-seater, 6-seater, they've got you covered. E-bikes, nobody better for value and service. E-motorcycles, check them out. Again, flgolfcarts.com. flgolfcarts.com.
David Moulton for Napa, Napa Auto Parts, and Napa Filters. Insist on Napa filters for your vehicles, or if you're a do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa filters. Napa has a filter for almost anything on earth that moves, whether it's motorcycles, foreign and domestic cars, vans, SUVs, earth-moving equipment. You get the idea. Napa Napa Auto Parts, Napa Filters. Insist on them for your vehicles, or if you're do-it-yourselfer, only buy Napa Filters.
Golfers, are you bored of the same old driving range warm-up routine that's not getting you the results that you want on the course? Power up your golf swing by adding resistance bands to your range sessions with the Orange Whip Golf's Power Strap Kit. Featuring band attachments to your feet and hips, Power Strap resistance training will boost club head speed, increase power, improve flexibility, all with just a few swings. Buy a Power Strap Kit today. Go to orangewhipgolf.com and use code Miller10 to receive an additional 10% off the already great price of $119. You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.